You start yet another day at Star Heights, unsure of what it will hold for you. Just the other day, you all participated in your first physical training simulation at the Dome, and last night your grades were uploaded and updated in the leaderboard. Some people climbed the ranks, while others slid downward. On seeing the changes, this instantly taught you how fickle the leaderboard can be. With this on your mind, you cross campus under the summer sun and make your way to homeroom. You get a few minutes of talking amongst yourselves before Nightwalker enters. Before he does much more than greet you, the school's PA system comes online with an announcement from Headmistress Forsyte. Good morning, students. As you all know, Star Heights Academy is known for many things, from its unique curriculum to its up-and-coming alumni. However, something equally important for many students that go here are our extracurricular activities. There is not enough time during the day to cover everything that everyone needs, so like most schools, we are known to have a variety of clubs, sports teams, and labs available. Everyone perks up at this. Today is known by most students as Club Day, where all clubs officially go online, giving you the chance to join or form clubs of your choosing. Your classmates start to get excited at the mention of clubs, talking amongst themselves. Largely, your day will remain the same. However, fourth period is reserved as free time, so you may have the opportunity to roam the school and see what all is available to you. Of course, joining a club is not mandatory, but doing so can make your hero resume draw more attention, as each club tends to have a distinct purpose here. If you wish to apply for your very own club, then you will need to come to the front office and speak with Mr. Thimble on the matter. He will guide you through the process, though be warned that if your club lacks in purpose or is too similar to an already existing club, it will likely be denied. Regardless, explore the school later today and see what all is on offer. The digital bulletin board in the front hall will list what clubs are available and where to find them. That is all for our morning announcements. Stay safe, everyone, and soar higher. The PA cuts off as we transition to the classroom.
Ah, shit, I forgot. Last session was heavy, and now we're going to a funny club session. Oh, no.
Heavy? What are you talking about, Kai? No,
Oh, yeah, I
Session
forgot
was
nothing
pretty
happened.
broad for me.
Nothing happened.
yeah, nothing
I forgot.
happened.
Nothing happened.
But yeah, we move here into the classroom, and of course everyone's chattering amongst themselves for a moment before Nightwalker snaps, commanding your attention with ease. Club day is always exciting, but today is no vacation. There is much to go over. As I'm sure you all have noticed, your scores on the leaderboard have updated since our training on Monday. Most of you likely have important questions, which is why today we will be using homeroom as a chance to give you all feedback on your performance so far. Everyone gets a little tense at this, but after this, the door to the classroom opens with a gentle mechanical whir as a familiar face walks in. Chrysalis steps into the classroom and walks over, taking her side by Nightwalker. One by one, you will be called to the faculty office, where I will give your evaluations in private. Chrysalis here will be watching the classroom in my stead. Be good while she is here, or you will suffer the consequences. Understood? And you all say,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Mr.
Mr. Nightwalker.
Harry gives a thumbs up and nods his head.
Nightwalker.
good. Then he looks over to Triffany and says, Miss Argax, you are first. Come with me. Oh, yes, Mr. Nightwalker. And she flutters over to Mr. Nightwalker. Nightwalker gives a nod to Chrysalis, and these two make their way out the door and exit. Chrysalis
I
waves
would
to
go
you
to
all.
sneak a high five from Triffany when she passed me.
Oh yeah, when Triffany walks by you, she, she does a little, giddy motion and gives you a very wide and enthusiastic high five as she exits the room. And Chrysalis waves to you all, moves over to her seat. And yeah, seems like you guys have a little moment to talk amongst yourselves while Nightwalker is, talking to the individual students that are out of the classroom.
Joey kind of finds herself drawing in her journal, kind of like quickly, with the mention of clubs. She's like, oh, crap, I probably should finally decide which name I'm going with. Seems to be like quickly going through her list.
Robert looks over your shoulder just at like what you're sketching and just sort of gives a nod to himself and then moves back over to his desk and just, seems to be writing in a journal.
Yeah, he can see that there's like tons of different things crossed out. And like, I actually have an actual list and I just want to read some of them. So I have friends from another world, friends from worlds away, universal friend group, Earth Buddies group. It would like, each of these would be getting like bigger with like question marks next to the last one.
I think
one that
group
is
cute.
Yeah, I thought that was cute too. One that is crossed out is Friends from Another Place after she realized the acronym stands for FAP. I decided against that one.
Robert chuckles at that one. Of course, not like drawing any attention to any specific thing. He just
It'd be like an urban dictionary definition next to it. Like, make a note of this. This is not good to say in school.
And meanwhile, next to you, it seems like Nelson has also pulled out his notebook, which is just full of notes that are written down on the pages, sticky notes that are stuck inside, and he's flipping through them and just seems to be, going over whatever material he has written in here.
Alex kind of peeks over his shoulder and asks, "What are you working on?"
Oh, well, I had written some notes after our training session, and I'm just going over the notes that I've written down here, and some of the notes of what we've been going over in class, just to make sure I don't miss anything when I'm talking with Mr. Nightwalker.
Well, I'm sure you'll be very prepared.
It seems like he's more nervous. He's more openly nervous than he usually is. And yeah, it's just like going super hard on like trying to make sure he's read up. And a lot of the notes, of course, are little scribbles, so it's kind of hard to make out what most of it is, but you can see some sketches of like poses and form when it comes to like fighting stances, and some notes that seem to have been written down in relation to like his experiences in the dome. But he just sort of gets back to work on that, adjusting his glasses and just sort of murmuring to himself.
Echo leans over and goes, "Nelson."
Oh, yes. Hello, Echo. Can I help you with something?
He raises like a hand and like a close fist. He goes, "Good job catching up, man."
He goes, "Oh," and he adjusts his glasses and his posture straightens. Like that has almost like instantly brought him back. And he's like, "Yes, it seems I've moved up to third place with you. If you're not too careful, I may just usurp you."
We'll see about that. Good luck.
And looking a little more confident, he continues going over through his notes. And after a couple more minutes pass, the mechanical doors whiz open, and Triffany walks back into the room. And she giggles to herself, kind of fluttering, like an inch off of the floor. And she says, "Nelson, you are next." "Oh, yes. Thank you, Triffany." And he stands up and walks across the room to exit. And Alex, as Nelson gets up and leaves the room, you're like, "Oh, it's going this way, so I'm next." Cool.
Yeah.
And you
She
guys
starts to get a little visibly tense, realizing that she's the next one.
Echo notices her getting tense, and he kind of taps her shoulder.
Yeah.
He opens his book, and he's like, "Hey, I got a question for you."
What is it?
I was thinking about designing a hero costume because I really despise those helmets. And he looks at Lily for a second, and then he looks back at her. Can you look over this? And he kind of shows her a very decent drawing of what you saw earlier, and he kind of shows her it, and he's like, "Yours is pretty cool. I just wanted you to, get feedback on this one."
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. She looks at the drawing, and she's like, "Wow, this is really good. You did a great job with this."
You think? He's a little red in the face.
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll be great. And anything's better than those helmets.
Yeah, no kidding. Messes
You
with my
say not
spatial
having
alert.
had to wear a helmet. I mean, you had your own mask, but
Yeah, anything but the helmet. He smiles and nods, and he kind of closes the book and tucks it away under his poncho.
You feel a few drips of something wet land on your shoulder as you look back and notice Aiden was actually looking over your shoulder, stretched out. And you look at him, and his face, he doesn't have a mouth, but it contorts in a way where you can tell he's smiling sheepishly, and he says, "It does look really good."
Oh, thank you, Aiden. He smiles and nods at him. Yeah, I picture Echo's leaning all the way back, looking up.
Mm-hmm.
He smiles. He's like, "Do you think there's any changes that need to be done?"
I don't know if I'd be the best person to ask about that, but it looks really cool. I think you've got a cool fashion sense.
Thanks, Aiden. He smiles and gives him a thumbs up.
And then he retracts back to his seat and just kind of is pleasantly sitting there, bubbling.
What a good guy.
Lawrence had scoffed to himself at this and is just sort of sketching his own things. Actually, he's probably carving something into his desk.
He's doing that S that all the middle schoolers did.
Yeah. carving the S. Little do we all know that S has actually always been a magic.
It's an
word.
incantation.
But yeah, after a few more moments that you guys have to yourselves, the mechanical doors whiz open, and Nelson struts back into the classroom, looking pretty confident about himself. And he walks by the front here, and he says, "Alex, it's your turn."
All right, she starts to nervously get up from her seat.
As
She
you-
gives Nelson a high five
Nelson
on
high
the way
five.
out.
Nelson high fives you, and it's you don't do a passing high five. He does the thing where he goes to high five you and then transitions it into the sort of not a handshake, but the meme where the two buff guys are gripping each other's hands. He does that with you, and he says, "Now you'll want to be careful. You'll be able to find the faculty offices with the map on your student handbook, but if you just go down the hall, take a left, it's going to be on the left side there."
Thank you.
Of course.
In the tutorial NPC.
He adjusts his glasses and smiles to himself, just calmly adjusting in his seat. And yeah, you make your way out of the classroom. And we'll transition along here. After being called on by Nelson, actually in general, after being called on by the student ahead of you, each of you eventually move through the halls toward the faculty offices. When you come in and sit down in front of Nightwalker, he starts by explaining how this training was graded, and you all get this same explanation, that roughly levels 1 and 2 seem to be practice rounds, and therefore were not weighted very heavily, while the final level is where the majority of your score came from. However, while early mistakes were not held against you, if you performed exceptionally well during the first few rounds, you received bonus points towards your ending score. One by one, you each eventually make your way here to have this talk with Nightwalker, and of course we are starting with Alex first. So you come in and sit down, and Nightwalker nods to you. And he says, first he just starts by asking, "So Alex, how do you feel about your performance?"
Well, I know that there's definitely some things that I could improve on, but I feel like I've been improving. I feel like I've been able to make my powers work better without causing so much collateral damage.
Mm-hmm. He nods to himself and goes to start, saying, Yes, your powers are quite extraordinary, even in a world full of superheroes. Your powers are strong and have many uses, but they require precise control. You did very well during the training, though one hiccup early on was accidentally sucking your teammate into one of your attacks. That could have been very dangerous, but that was not held against you, as you did learn from it in the later rounds. And he kind of closes out of his own digital tablet and sets it aside and says, area attacks can be very dangerous, especially while your control is unstable. I suggest finding other ways to implement your powers that would be easier to use when others are around, especially civilians. It seems right now you're focused very hard on using these area-based gravity control attacks, but try to bring it in. Control smaller forces of area, or, focusing your attacks on certain objects as well may help, but whatever solution you find, I'm sure you'll do just fine. If it wasn't for your hiccup on the first day, you would actually probably be up towards the top of the leaderboard, so I'm sure you will find the solution you need to find.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Nightwalker.
He nods to you and says, you have real potential. You just need to keep trying. I don't want to see you giving up. Do you hear me?
I definitely won't give up.
He nods, then continues and asks, do you have any questions for me?
I guess other than trying to narrow the scope of my attacks, do you have any ideas on how I could use my powers in a better way?
Your grandfather was Captain Gravity, yes?
Yes.
He had a wide range of uses for his powers. I would suggest doing some research into your grandfather's work. He found various ways to... how do I say it? He found various ways to augment his physical capabilities using his powers. I am not quite sure if the same will be possible for you due to your blood relation, or if your power has mutated over the past couple of generations, but, well, plenty of the faculty around here will be free if you wish to go back to the dome and have some training courses in your spare time.
I may do that.
And during his talk, of course, he goes over a few more little ideas of how to use your gravity powers, how to best and more safely use them on yourself. You talk a little bit about using your gravity powers in the small area around you to, lighten your own gravity and help you to fly. An idea that you've had before, but have kind of had trouble with how to implement it. Again, on the first day, the closest you got was slingshotting yourself around the track. But as he talks with you about all of this, he is going to attempt to shift your labels, because as an adult, he has influence over you. So with what he is saying to you about, you need to bring more control over your powers, do you agree with what he's saying, or are you going to try to sort of fight against that idea?
I agree with what he's saying. I've seen the downfall of my strategy so far.
Okay. Then, as he shifts your labels, shift danger down and freak up, because he is trying to tell you that you need to control your powers and be able to use them, and not use them in such dangerous ways as area attacks all the time. As again, that got Echo sucked into a sticky situation. So you can shift those labels, and then you're free to go.
Alright, I've done it. Now I have 1 for danger and 3 for freak.
The next student to come will be the student that was right behind you. Just a moment.
Mr. Frosby.
No, it's you.
Oh my god, it's me.
Yeah, you come in, and of course he gives you the same sort of spiel at the beginning, explaining roughly how everything was graded. Though with you, of course, he also goes into the fact that because of what happened, you seem to have been graded differently, but he starts off by saying, you know, he'll get into that during your talk. And he just says, now, your power is quite interesting. It can be rather situational. I actually find it quite compelling how you found ways to make use of it, even against robots during the training, so that is a few bonus points towards you for your resourcefulness. Though, your hiccup at the end cannot be ignored. Do you mind telling me just what happened there, now that you've had some time to mull it over?
Hiccup's being pretty generous, but guess you could just say I had a bad day. It won't happen again.
What triggered that to happen? You said it was stress, or something along those lines.
Repeatedly being hit.
Well, you will have to get used to that, won't you?
Yeah. Well, I already am, just I'll have to react in a different way.
My advice to you would be to practice some breathing exercises in order to better control your toxic exhale when things get tense. A technique that I use is 2 short breaths in through the nose and 1 slow, gentle breath out through the mouth. This will help keep your heart rate steady, and it also has a bonus effect of keeping your breathing as silent as possible for stealthy operations. Well, continuing on. The others that were in your team were, of course, graded based on how they handled that situation that you were in. Your grade was slightly different from theirs. You were graded much like the rest of the students in the class, however. The end of your training was unfortunate, since you did exceptionally well beforehand. He sets his tablet to the side, and leans forward a bit and says, "You showed tactical proficiency and leadership capabilities that surprised me. I didn't, in reading your file, get the sense that that was the position that you took in your previous work, so I am thoroughly impressed."
I appreciate that.
He nods to you and says, "Another suggestion I have for you is that you worry a little less about fighting one-on-one battles and to keep directing your teammates. You have a good head on your shoulders. And now that I know that you're this capable of leading a team, I expect you to continue this hard work."
He would droop, deflate slightly at that. I'll try my best.
He nods to you, and he's also going to attempt to shift your labels. Do you agree with what he's been saying, or do you kind of, want to go against the grain with what he's saying a bit, which the general message is, everything that happened last time, your way of jumping into combat and the situation that happened with your powers was all pretty dangerous, and he just wants you to sort of tone it down, rein it in a little bit, and try to work on directing your team, because, again, you seem to have a pretty tactical head on your shoulders.
Yeah, Terry would agree with that.
Okay. Then he's going to shift your labels and shift your danger down and your superior up. And with that, he nods to you and lets you... Actually, before that, he also just asks, "Do you have any additional questions for me before I let you go?"
Did their score suffer too much because of me?
He gives a dry chuckle at that and shakes his head and just says, "Your team responded very well to that situation, so of course I had to grant them high points in return. They all acted like real heroes that day, wouldn't you say?"
I would.
You can tell his tone of voice is a little warm, and he says, "You do not have to worry about them. They'll be fine."
He just nods his head.
Okay. Then he lets you exit the room and go to get our next student. And our next student is... Joey. So Joey, you walk in, and of course, he gives you the beginning spiel, and he also comments that you probably want to know why you slid down rather than moving up. Oh yeah, we're jumping past the NPCs. I'm doing your guys' little things right now, because if I did everybody, it would be yeah.
Jade.
But he states that you probably want to know why you slid down, and he goes on to say, to be a little more specific with how things were scored, and this is also given to all of you in terms of the description of how the score works. But he says, your score was roughly divided up into your combat capabilities and your search and score, or your search and rescue. Your search and rescue score was actually among the highest in the class, and you received plenty of bonus points from the first 2 rounds, thanks to this score. However, it was your hiccup at the end of the training that brought your score down, given the final round was graded so heavily. If your powers were to go out of control like that in the actual city, who knows how many people could get hurt, let alone the property damage costs.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's fine. During these trainings, this is the best time to see what happens to you under stress, so that we can better prepare you for the real situation. It does not make it okay, but it is not the end of the world.
I didn't know that I was able to do that.
Yes, I'm sure there are many things you're not quite sure of about yourself. And if it wasn't for your, with lack of a better term, hiccup at the end, you actually would have had one of the highest scores in the class. You did phenomenally well aside from that.
Really?
He nods.
He kind of perks up.
Mm-hmm. And you can tell from his tone that he's genuine about it. And he says, once again, your search and rescue score was impressive, to say the least. Your priorities are, well, just where they should be. And the direction that you helped your teammates with at the end was also quite impressive to me. Your combat score tanking at the very end due to collateral damage, well, it's to be expected, but if you don't mind me asking, what happened there?
Well, just remember that I was starting to lose momentum. I was really damaged, my headgear was coming off, and, well, I just heard yelling, and just was like I had to do something. Tried to throw the drill. Whenever I whipped it around, it's like my own body just caught it. And I don't know, I grew into it, I guess. And then all I remember is waking up on the side of the road and watching the blast disappear.
Interesting. Well, it does seem that you were possibly taxing your body with so many transformations that day. Perhaps it was merely an overload, combined with the physical trauma that was that fight. Well, I suggest that you practice numerous basic transformations at a heightened rate. Get your body more used to transforming, so it's not as likely to freak out when you have to do a handful of new transformations in a short period of time.
I agree. I'm still figuring everything out, but I'll get it under control.
You know, when I got my roster for my class, I was quite perplexed as to why they put you in my class, and I wasn't quite sure to know what I was going to do with you. I see a lot of potential.
Kind of like looks at the floor as he says it.
He continues by saying, I see a lot of potential in you. Don't give up. If you give up, then there is nothing I can do to help you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Nightwalker.
Well, once again, other than that, you did fantastic. Your priorities are in the right place. And just keep in mind, you would have had one of the highest scores in the class, so just aim for the top and remember to keep yourself under control. Practice those transformations more often. We will find a way to understand just what it is your body is truly capable of.
Got it. Kind of like nods her head at that.
And he is going to attempt to shift your labels.
I would allow that. She's not fighting it.
Okay. Then he
He also wants to understand what she's capable of.
Mm-hmm. And the gist of what he goes over with you, of course, is that you need to control your body. You really need to rein in what it is you're capable of, come to understand it, and get your body used to it. But also, he keeps harping on the fact that your search and rescue score was top-notch in the class, and that you need to continue focusing on that. So, he is going to shift your freak down and your savior up.
Okay. Got it.
And with that, he just leaves you by asking if you have any questions for him before you go.
No, I don't.
He nods to you. Very well. Then if you could please send Echo next.
Got it.
Uh-oh.
She'll go back in the class.
Mm-hmm.
You're up.
Uh-oh.
And of course, you go back. Echo is the one sitting right next to you, so you go back. You're like, hey, come on, bud. And Echo, you walk through the halls and make your way to the faculty office. You walk in and sit down. He goes through the gist of everything with you. And of course, if you want to ask questions about, like, okay, so how did things work, I can briefly go over them again.
No,
but you walk in, you sit down with him, and he starts talking to you. And he's looking over his digital tablet and just sort of seems to be looking at it and scrolling through some information as he speaks to you. And he says, I am pleasantly surprised by your performance so far, Echo.
He perks up at that and goes, really?
Yes. I am surprised by what you've shown yourself to be capable of. Not because I thought you would do poorly, but with everyone's data on file, there are certain expectations for how experienced, strong, and in control each student will be, where their weak spots are, and where they will likely need to improve. He sets his tablet down. You have exceeded all of my expectations.
He's positively glowing at that. Because he didn't expect that. And he kind of smiles and goes, okay, what did I do good and what did I do bad?
Well, let's go over everything, shall we?
Sure.
On the first day, you did very well. In this training, you showed many positive traits. He kind of goes back to the track meet, and sort of talks about how, like, you made a lot of very quick decisions during the race. You showed yourself capable of thinking how to use your powers smartly, which he, kind of boosts your ego a little bit for. And then he brings it back to the recent training. Using your movement power, your portals, to aid the entire team with a sneak attack was a good decision that I don't see a lot of early students utilizing. As such, it was a pleasant surprise. Something that you should be very well aware of in the field, but many students early on in the course tend to act for themselves rather than for the team. Additionally, teaming up with Alex for the few times that you would open up a portal and she would launch some of the enemies inside, which I suppose we are not getting any of those drones back. But regardless, you both did very well. You coordinated very well with each other. You have good synergy, you do. And of course you came in with support with that stone golem at the very end. Overall, you've been one of the most consistent students that I've had.
Thank you, sir.
It's hard.
He's still glowing. He's like just positively positive.
Mm-hmm. He continues and he says, actually, were you gonna say something?
No.
Okay. Then he continues and he says, it's hard for me to give you specific advice without nitpicking So my general advice to you would be to not become complacent. You realize Nelson is trying harder than anyone else in this class, regardless of his prior experience and skill level, and he's already caught up to you on the leaderboard.
He kind of thinks over that and he looks at the roof. And well, rivalry's good in my eyes.
He nods. And his tone, you can hear from it that he's like, that was a good answer. But he just says, all I'm saying is that if you do give up at any point, or make any devastating mistakes, you could quickly fall to the bottom. Always strive for the top. I do not want to see you give up. You understand?
Yeah, I'm gonna make him work for it.
He gives a little chuckle at that, and he just says, he nods to you and he says, do you have any additional questions for me regarding regarding anything really?
No, but I was designing an outfit which I'm gonna run by the costume lab. Just, no offense, your helmets are atrocious.
He kind of shrugs. He's like, oh, I didn't design the outfits.
Yeah, well, I'd wear them. But, anyways, is there anything else, sir? Are we good to go?
You are free to go. Send Aiden in next, if you would.
For sure. And he kind of gives a little two-finger salute off his forehead and goes to head out.
All right.
He does a little, when he gets out of the door, he does a little, jump and kind of like a happy,
he'd hear click your legs together.
Yeah, he'd hear a woo outside of the door as he closed it.
Yeah, and as you're leaving, he does not attempt to shift your labels. You're good to go.
Even if he tried, he couldn't.
Well, oh, that's right, you do have a weird thing with that. Well, regardless. You go back to the classroom, you send Aiden in next. And of course, Aiden does his interview. And actually, since we had a good couple of players in a row, we could go back for some brief in-between role play. Let me bring us back here. Just gonna take Aiden out of the room because he is currently away. And so yeah, you come back into the classroom. I guess actually you'll be up here at the door. You called for Aiden, and Aiden, slithers by you, leaves the room to go do his thing with Nightwalker and talk to him, and you're back in here. And Lily, of course, you know that after Aiden gets back, you'll be the next one to go.
And she's eagerly awaiting it.
Mm-hmm.
Echo gives a small wave to Chrysalis as he passes.
Chrysalis gives a pleasant little wave to you as you pass.
He goes to sit down. He kind of smiles at Nelson as he passes.
Nelson gives a little smirk at you and adjusts his glasses. Yeah, you guys have a moment to yourselves in the classroom.
Is Lawrence still carving on his desk?
Yes, he is.
Desk is just covered in stuff now.
really just messing it up.
Can
Desk
I,
is
can
gonna
I
come
point?
alive and
gone.
try to
Oh,
eat
okay,
us.
wait, one at a time. Joey first. What are you saying?
I was just saying that desk is gonna come alive and try to eat us one day.
You just wait. He's making it into a mimic. Kai, what did you say during that?
I said the desk is going to be gone by the end of the campaign.
Oh god, okay. Nicole, what about you?
I said, can I point that out to Nelson and get him in trouble with Nelson?
Yeah, you could if you want to.
Respect.
I'll tap Nelson on the shoulder and point at him scratching away at the desk.
Yeah, because you had noticed this while Echo wasn't in between you guys, and you heard a little bit of wood carving. And you tap on Nelson's back, and he's like, He looks over and he says, "What? Hey!" He gets up from his desk and goes to walk over to Nelson, and he crosses his arms. Or walks over to Lawrence, rather. Hey, can I help you? Why are you carving into your desk? Because I'm bored. These desks are school property! You can't be damaging school property like this! And Chrysalis is like, well, is something happening? She gets up from her desk. Nelson says, "Yes, Lawrence is carving into his desk over here." "Oh, Lawrence, you really shouldn't be carving into your desk." Whatever. It doesn't matter, right? It does matter, Lawrence. I'm going to have to let Nightwalker know about this. Fine, whatever. Okay. Thank you, Nelson. My pleasure, Chrysalis! Or, my pleasure, Miss Chrysalis, is probably what he would say to her. But she goes back to the desk and she just kind of sighs a little bit to herself and starts writing down something on a sticky note, puts it up on the computer.
I give Nelson a fist bump as he walks back by.
And he just says, he sits down. Lawrence is like shaking his head and pulls out a journal, starts writing in it. And Nelson looks over his shoulder to you, Alex, and just says, "It's unbelievable. I can't believe what he thinks he can get away with here."
Exactly. It's a good thing we have you to keep an eye out.
Indeed. I'll always make sure that everyone's following the rules. Because heroes follow the rules. And after a few more moments pass, unless anyone else has any specific things they want to do, or people they want to talk to. After a few more minutes pass, the mechanical door whirs open, and Aiden slithers in. "Oh, Lily, it's your turn."
Lily doesn't even wait for him to say anything. Once she sees him in the doorframe, she's getting up and very quickly wanting to leave.
As you walk out,
she feels very good about this.
As you walk out, you kind of are walking out as he's in your way, and he awkwardly is like, I'm sorry. There you go.
Just pick away, Aiden. Come on, man.
Oh, I'm sorry." And you make your way out.
And Lily enters that office with like the heaviest amount of smug confidence.
Mm-hmm.
She goes in there, she chest puffed, big grin on her face, she twirls the seat, she sits down.
Also, as Aiden comes by, he gives you a little wave. Joey's like, "Hey, Joey!" And he just keeps going. Hey Echo!
And
Hi, Olivia!
Whatever Nightwalker did to him, he fucking made him more awkward than ever.
Hey, Terry!
Nightwalker shifted all of his stats and cleaned them up.
No brain cells left.
I'll put everything into freak. Unlucky.
Alright, here we go. Yeah, you walk in and you're like full of bravado, and you sit down in front of him, and he nods to you. And he goes over the general gist with you, which you're like, yeah, with how it's graded. You jumped up the leaderboard from the bottom. And which, he goes over with you. He goes over the fact that you started off near the bottom, and you jumped up towards the middle. And he says, out of everyone in the class, you actually had one of the highest scores. In fact, I believe you were tied for first place.
For sure, I measured them myself.
And he sets his tablet down and says, "Now, of course, it will behoove you to remember that moving up from the bottom towards the middle is much easier than moving from the middle to the top. Do not assume it will be any easier from here, as it will only be more difficult to continue the climb. That said, I am positive that with your score today, you have the potential to do it."
She just smiles. She's feeling good about that.
Mm-hmm. On to why you scored so highly. You got high scores in combat with some of the impressive maneuvers you pulled off, regardless of the fact that some of your maneuvers ended with a punchline.
Yeah.
However, most of those occurred during earlier levels, so I did not hold much of that against you. You also managed to save a teammate from another teammate's mistake, Echo from Alex's attack, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure did.
But it was another detail that put you over the top for me this time around. And he kind of picks his tablet back up and starts leafing through it, scrolling through documents, and he says, back on the day you all played dodgeball, Jackhammer mentioned to me that your team picks were very practical. You seemed highly aware of what those around you were capable of, and you made a team that, well, had the highest odds of winning based on what you had to choose from. regardless
Yeah.
of the result, that was impressive.
Well, thank you. I wish I didn't choose one of them for sure.
He kind of sets the tablet down and he says, "Talk to me about this."
What about dodgeball?
Yes, who was it that you wish was not on your team and why?
Gabe.
He kind of nods to himself a bit and says, "For clarity's sake, I only got passing notes on what happened that day, so hence why I'm asking you about what happened. So, what did Gabe do that made you not want to be on a team with him?"
It's really more that he didn't do much. I mean, he's top of the leaderboard, and it just kind of came across like he thinks, that's all he's done. Now that he did that, he doesn't need to try. And that was frustrating since I wasted a slot on him.
Nightwalker nods and he says, "Those are all very good points. Without bringing you into the conversation, of course, I will be talking with him about this complacency that he has been showing. It is rather unfortunate given how capable he is outside of that." He nods to himself and jots down a few notes. And he says, "On to a different classmate of yours, Olivia Irwin. I'm sure that you have noticed her performance as of late, given that you seem quite close."
Yeah, she did pretty good last time from what I saw.
Yes. Suddenly, where she had been staying out of the way during the first 2 levels, in the final levels she put in a lot more effort, securing a fairly good grade. This was suspect, as I said, it came quite out of nowhere, so I did a little digging around. And he kind of he holds his little tablet up, and he plays footage that shows it kind of zooms in on Joey driving around in the Jeep, and you're in the passenger seat, and it shows you texting during the drive, which is just oh dang, they can really pull anything from the dome. And he just
Will was
says,
a little unnerved by that, because that is kind of creepy to know.
And he pulls the tablet back and messes with it again, facing him. And he just says, "Noticing you texting between locations, which, do not worry, that's not against any rules or anything.
Oh, okay, good. I thought that's where this was going.
But, right after seeing you texting in transit, I noticed that Olivia picked up her own phone, followed by her improved performance. Knowing your friend's out of class, it's highly unlikely this is coincidence or unrelated. What did you text her or talk to her about?"
I mean, I didn't text her specifically. I mean, me, her, and Triff have a group chat, and I just texted the group chat to, I mean, I'll admit I did see that she was kind of not doing much the round before, so I wanted to text something to try to I don't know, get her to do something, because I figure it's not good if she doesn't do anything.
He nods after a second, and he says, "Well, regardless of what exactly it is you said, your action single-handedly improved her score by a wide margin. Given her level of confidence, this is extremely impressive, combined with the tactfulness that you showed during your picking of dodgeball team members." He sets his tablet down. "You look to me like a natural-born leader."
Well, I was captain of the volleyball team.
Well, I suggest you keep flexing those leadership muscles, as very few people are able to sway and have the sharp eye that you have.
I will.
And he nods to you, and just says, well, first of all, he just nods and follows it up by saying, "The ability to bring other people up with you is a very powerful skill, and I do hope to see you continue to use that. But, do you have any additional questions for me before you go?"
None that come to mind.
He nods to you, and he goes over a few brief notes again to sum up what he's saying, and he talks with you a little bit on your powers, noting in general your powers can be a little bit shaky, but otherwise you seem to be gaining more control over them. And again, he talks about just you're looking like a natural-born leader. You've got tact, you've got a sharp eye, you know what's going on around you, which is really it sounds good. I mean, this is exactly what you want to hear. But
It's doing wonders for her ego.
and he is going to attempt to shift your labels. Do you want to try to resist this?
Well, no, because she doesn't disagree, but also because if he shifts my, I feel like this is going towards superior. And if he shifts my superior up, can't it not go up anymore? And that'll hurt me.
No, your superior can go up one more time.
Oh, it can. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's -2 is the lowest, 3 is the highest.
Yes.
I thought it was the opposite. Okay.
So he is going to shift your labels. He's going to shift superior up, like you said, and freak down.
Oh man, that's fine.
But with that, he sends you off, and you return to class. And one by one, all of the students leave and speak to Nightwalker about the training. And do you guys want to have another scene in the classroom, or would you want to continue with the day from here?
I'm ready to continue with the day.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Personally, yeah, I think I'm good.
All right, just wanted to make sure. But one by one, you guys return to class. Everybody goes through, talks with Nightwalker, and eventually the bell finally rings, and you continue on with your day. What Nightwalker said is sort of weighing on your minds. You're thinking about, like, okay, this is what I did good, this is what I have to improve on. Some of you having done exceptionally well, some of you have a lot to work on after this training. But with all this weighing on your minds, eventually, lunchtime comes around.
Best part of the day. Lunchtime.
It's lunchtime, like it always eventually gets to be. You all grab your food, and you have the freedom to sit wherever you wish, as per the usual.
Gulp.
Where do you guys want to sit? And also, yeah, you can see that some of the seating has sort of changed. Some of the dynamics.
That one plays Fortnite. We're in danger.
Joey starts to follow Alex and then watches her walk over there and is like, oh, and, looks at the table with Elson. She kind of avoids Aiden's eye contact if he's trying to make any.
Aiden is looking at you and waving and saying, "Hey Joey, we're over here. Hey Joey, we're at this table."
She kind of just averts that eye contact. She's gonna walk this way. Looks
Okay.
at. She's like, no, not this one. That definitely not that one. Yeah. So and she slides in.
Okay, that's where you go.
Gonna make some new friends.
Lily, what are you up to?
Lily was gonna come over here and want to sit in between her girls, left and right hand, after all. But seeing Joey leave, she does look around and is like, "What? I'm only sitting at this table because Joey told me to." She looks around in case.
If you look at Joey, she looks very she's noticeably nervous, as she quickly walks away.
Yeah, and you know what rumor might relate to that. Okay, Echo, you sit down here.
I'm not gonna sit with Lawrence.
You can always make him get up.
You know what? Hey, girls, over here.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Lawrence.
Huh? Oh.
Me and the girls are gonna sit here. If you don't want to sit with us, that table's pretty empty now.
He kind of looks at that table, which, as you point to it, this camera angle is you're pointing over your shoulder. Lawrence is looking at the table, and Aiden and Robert are like, "Dude, what the fuck? Where did everybody go?" And Lawrence just kind of looks at that table, looks at you, looks at that table, and is like, he kind of just picks his stuff up and is like, and he just, without a word, just walks away.
Girls, the table cleared up.
Oh boy! How exciting! Olivia comes to see
I'm
herself
really glad
over here.
Fuck, I was laughing so hard. Oh,
Little personal conversation. Robert looks at Aiden and is like, why did everyone scatter? Are they are they giving out all... Oh, hey, Terry. Yeah, you sit down
Hey.
here.
Yep.
Hey, do you know why everyone scattered?
I've not the faintest.
And Lawrence looks up when you sit down, Terry, and actually gives a little smile. He's like, hey, Terry, what's going on?
No, nothing much.
And because now most of you guys are like this, Robert will pick up his stuff and walk around here, just so you guys can more easily talk to each other, and says, well, normally this table's pretty packed, and at least we've got some room now. Lawrence is like, I don't know who normally sits here, but, like, I can get down with this. And yeah, you guys are all gonna sit together. So, first
The
thing
Great
we'll
Divide.
go to, we'll move down to this bottom table as Alex and Echo, you guys move down here to sit together. Of course, you sit between Danny and Gabe next to each other. Alex, as you sit next to Danny, she flashes you a little peace sign. Is like, hey girl, what's up?
Hey, Danny.
And Echo, as you sit down next to Gabe, he just like looks at you, like kind of furrowing his brow a little bit, and he looks at everyone else at the table, and then he just keeps eating.
As he looked at Echo, Echo gave him a wink. Like a cheesy smile.
He furrows his brow a little bit more, like he doesn't know like what's going on, but he just keeps eating. And Haley scoots herself over just a little bit, and just says, "Hey, Echo."
Hey, Haley, how you doing?
Oh, this table's gotten quite popular, I see.
Hi, Nelson.
Nelson's gonna go on a little bit about how, like, he's very pleased with this table. He starts talking about, like, we've got some of the strongest students in our class together at this table. Why, this table is quite a formidable force now.
Yeah, Alex turns to Evan, and she's like, speaking of strength, how did your review with Nightwalker go?
Evan does the playful thing where he, like, kind of, the thing where you're, like, blowing on your nails and then you go, like, polish them on your chest, that movement. He does that. He's like, well, not to toot my own horn, but Nightwalker thinks pretty highly of our whole team. And checking the leaderboard, I actually scored a little better than you did.
I noticed that, and I was wondering, I do have a few things I need to work on if you'd like to do some practice a little bit later.
Oh shit, really? And then he like pulls out his tablet, his handbook, and he's like, yeah, I mean, like, when do you want to get that done? Are you thinking, like, this weekend or just after school one of these days?
This weekend works.
Okay, sick. He puts his tablet away. And Nelson says, ooh, what are you going to be practicing in? And can I come?
This is kind of a rivals only practicing session.
Evan chuckles and, kind of playfully punches Nelson's shoulder a little bit. He's like, yeah, rivals only, Nelson, come on. And he says, oh, well, if it's rivals only, then Echo, we should train together.
Echo is mid-bite, and he kind of pauses, just chewing, and he goes, I'm sorry, what?
Yes, we should train together. We're rivals now, after all.
Sure. When?
All right.
Where?
We'll train every day after school. I need to make sure your physical combat is up to par.
Yeah. He looks at Haley like, oh god, what have I gotten into?
Haley's like, hey, I'm not in your class. I don't have to deal with him.
Sure, Nelson. Let's do a test run. Let's try things and just be like, yeah, sure.
All right. Well, this sounds great. It sounds like we're all going to be improving a lot very soon. Danny is just kind of like, coolly eating over to the side, watching this happen. It's just like, this is nice. This is just nice to see all of this happening and not have to be a part of it. Haley, of course, keeping her to herself, basically, unless you reach out to her, and Gabe just, like, seeming confused as to why everyone is sitting over here, because normally this is the table where, you noticed this the day you came and sat over here, Echo. It seemed like the people that were over here were mostly people that kind of wanted to sit by themselves, so now this being a really lively table seems to have Gabe, like, confused.
Good.
But moving over to one of our new table situations, Joey, you come over here and you sit down just out of sheer awkwardness, And you look around. Next to you are two familiar faces as you hear them riffing to each other and eating. And he's like, "Dude, I can't believe you caught on fire during class again." "I'm sorry, dude. I can't really control it that much." And they just keep eating themselves, eating their food to themselves. Those two faces are familiar because they're the kids that ran down the hallway during your first day of school. Eating themselves.
Oh.
Yeah, they're eating. They're keeping to themselves.
Kind of sits down as if she's like running from something, and is just like, "Hi,
Do you say
is
that?
it okay if I sit here?"
You say that to the top two.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look to the guy next. And you're like, "Hey, can I sit here?" And he's like, yeah, whatever, dude. Free country."
Then I like look down like to this one below me here, and I'm like, "Is that okay with you?"
You notice you've sat really close to her, and you see that this girl, rather than having any food in front of her, she just seems to have like a bunch of like scraps that she seems to be tinkering with. And actually, I'll show you what she looks like in full in a second. And she just kind of looks up at you with like a screen in front of her face, like hooked onto her whole setup, and she just says, "Yeah, sure. Hey, you're a robot."
Yeah, I am.
"That's so cool.
Sorry.
I didn't know a robot went here."
What? Really?
"Yeah."
Yeah, I just started.
She raises one of her hands up, which you actually notice on looking that she has giant mechanical like pincers or claws almost that are like hooked onto the outside of her like an exoskeleton. And she grips your hand with it and shakes it and says, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name's Kenzie. And let me show you who this is."
Oh my gosh.
Bam. "My name is Kinsey, but my hero name is Stinger." And you can see
Whoa.
she's kind of built like an exoskeleton that almost looks like a sort of scorpion suit.
Ow. That's a really cool name. My name's Joey, and my hero name's just Joey.
Simple, cool. So hey, yeah, didn't notice we had a robot going here. That's pretty cool. You look really well made.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
She's kind of like poking and prodding at your sides a little bit, pulls one of her hands out of the claws that she has to sort of like kind of start like looking at your whole chassis, and is kind of like feeling it a little bit, and is like, "Yeah, I'm not even quite sure what you're made of, really. This is
Yeah,
pretty
me
cool
neither. It's, yeah.
She
It's
kind of
kinda like...
gets all up in your face and is like, tapping at your eye a little bit, tapping at your cheek, and she's like,
Oh gosh!
very well made. So, hey, who made you?"
That's kind of just a thing, you know? I mean, who makes anyone,
Oh, come
you know?
on. Who? Somebody had to have made you, right? Or did you crash here from space? Did aliens make you? That would make a lot of sense.
That would make way more sense. Yeah, it totally does.
Man, you've
Yeah.
got some really impressive parts here, though. She, like, kind of taps your turbines, and she's like, I mean, this is some high-quality stuff, really.
Yeah. Honestly, she's like starting to scoot a little bit, so she's not as much up against her.
She's like, hey, how... This might be a little bit forward, and she scoots a little closer to you, and she says,
Oh,
but
God.
I'm really interested in what makes you tick. I'd
That is
really love
not
to bust
what I
you
wanna
open
tell you.
sometime and,
I
see,
would
see what's
absolutely
going
hate
on
that.
inside you. I mean,
It's really uncomfortable for me.
I'm not gonna, like, break you or anything.
It would
I might
absolutely-
even improve you a lot.
It is more likely that I would break you. I think I need to leave, honestly. I have to go, apparently.
Okay, alright. See you later.
You work here? What is your deal?
Yeah,
I see
you-
you standing here every day. You have weird sunglasses and a mask. Do you know something that I don't? How do I leave? How do I ditch lunch? I don't know how to ditch lunch. I don't
Imagine you
eat.
said
I don't need to
no.
be here.
You walk
Nah.
up to this woman, and she looks
She
down
is
at you.
having a panic attack.
You walk up to this woman and she looks down at you, and let me reveal her to you because, to people that would know, local hero culture or hero culture in general, this is Shatterstorm.
He does
hero that
not.
happens to work here. And you walk up to her and ask these questions, and she just says, she kind of looks at you, and she looks back at the table and just says, was that girl bothering you?
I do not want to be taken apart. That's not a part of my lunch or my syllabus here. I can't be taken apart. That's actually against restrictions as a part of me attending this school.
Yes, it is. If you wish to sit at another table, you can feel free. Otherwise, you could have some lunch in private if you so wish. I will speak to her on this.
Yeah. Where can I have lunch in private?
Well, you could go to the student counselor's office, or... And she kind of looks you over and checks her handbook and says, you could go to see your father instead if you wish.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
She nods to you and motions to the door.
Yeah, and she's gonna take this door right here.
Okay, yeah. You exit the cafeteria. Meanwhile, of course, Shatterstorm moves over to Kinsey, and Kinsey's like, "Oh, what?" And she starts scolding Kinsey on what happened. Meanwhile, we're gonna move over to Lily's table. Lily, you've been chatting with the girls for a little bit, talking to Triffany and Olivia, just kind of having a good time to yourselves, back in a table that you guys were at before. But you notice, across the way, you see Joey kind of, very obviously uncomfortable when talking to that girl before getting up and leaving the cafeteria. Now Shatterstorm seems to be scolding that girl.
God, what is going on today?
I don't know. Everything's really weird today.
Crazy launch period.
Yeah. But I saw you did really well on that last test, Lily. You're making it. You're making your way up the leaderboard.
Hey, you did good too.
I just did a little better than normal, but thank you.
Hey, the first day sucked, and I still think some of those tests were a little unfair because they definitely catered towards people who had powers that did well at them. But now that we're in it, people like us, we can do well, Olivia. We're gonna fucking do it.
Yeah. And Triffany says, "Oh, you both did so exquisitely, and I felt I did pretty well, but for some reason I moved down the leaderboard. I do not know why this is. I was very confused, and a Nightwalker tried to explain it to me, but I just still do not quite understand."
What did Nightwalker say?
He said that I did very well overall, and it was just, how you say, circumstance? I do not know where that is.
I mean, I know what the word circumstance means, but I also don't know what he means by that, I guess.
Oh.
It's not a place, it's a word.
Maybe you just fell down because other people did really, really well? Not that you didn't do really well. Oh, I just do not know. I suppose it was very hard to use my power while we were fighting robots, but at least I could help from above a little bit. Oh, but Nelson was so very good at helping direct us.
Ugh.
Yes, we would have been quite lost without Nelson.
I would hate to be on a team with Nelson.
Oh dear, why is that? He seems like a nice guy.
I think it would be unpleasant to be ordered around by him, and having to hear him talk for that long would get really annoying.
Triffany chuckles and says, "Yes, I suppose, what is the saying? Too many soups can spoil the cook."
For sure.
And she claps to herself.
Yo, you two thinking of any clubs, though?
Oh, well, I'm not quite sure what clubs are like. I do not know what to look for.
I mean, Joey's got that whatever thing going on that I guess I don't know if she wants me to join. I'm not joining it. I'll show up to talk if that's what she wants me to do, but I'm not doing that every day.
Oh dear. Well, I can at least look at the club. I am not quite sure what it would be doing, but maybe it would be fun to visit with you every now and again.
For sure.
And Olivia just sort of shrugs and says, I don't know if there are any clubs I really want to join.
Yeah, I don't know I want to join a sports team, but I like, it's probably volleyball or maybe basketball or some shit, but it kind of depends on who's in it And also, like, would we even play against other teams? Or are we, like, secluded on account of being, super powered?
Well,
Because if we're secluded, that kind of takes the fun out of it.
Olivia perks up a little bit. Not crazy, but like enough that she's like, oh, I can say something helpful. And she says, well, there are other schools with superpowered, with like superhero schools. So maybe they have like super sports battles or something.
Mm-hmm. That sounds likely, but that also sounds like it would just be a repeat of the first day. So,
But
yeah, I'll think about it.
okay. And Olivia continues eating her food, which, again, once again, she has taken off the bottom part of her mask. You can see, the scars and everything as she's eating timidly to herself. And it seems like she also doesn't really ever get big portions. It seems like today she's eating a small salad, and that's basically it. And we'll orbit on over to Terry.
Yeah,
Is your
the best table.
You're sitting with the boys at the table that's normally so packed, and now it's like kind of dead in comparison. And you've been chatting idly with Robert. It seems like you two are getting along pretty well, and Lawrence seems comfortable around you two, and Aiden is just sort of like silently sitting here, listening to you guys talk. And Robert just looks over to Aiden and says, hey, by the way, what's up with you and Joey? Oh, what do you mean? Did something happen? I don't think so. Why? Are you sure? I think. I don't know. Hey guys. Maya sits down next to you, Terry.
Harry's eating a sandwich. He waves.
Maya just sort of waves to you, and her snakes all go down and start eating parts of her food while she's just like messing with her phone. Yeah, is there anything you want to say or anything you want to talk to these guys about, Terry? As you're
Oh no, he's just vibing.
Okay.
Yesterday was not rough because nothing happened, so he's pretty drained.
Everything's pretty cool and good.
Yep. Oh no.
You feel a presence behind you as you turn around and someone is suddenly standing behind you. And she says, "Hi, are one of these seats taken? Is this table full?" "Oh no, I'm sorry, this table looks full. Looks like you guys are in the middle of a conversation. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye." She in a sparkle of light disappears.
Terry just looks like how he looks in the picture. He turns back to the table. He just keeps eating the sandwich.
Lawrence is like, "What the fuck? I haven't seen her around." Okay, well, whatever. Moving back down to our southern table, you guys are all talking to yourselves. Alex and Evan are talking about, like, when they're gonna meet and where. Nelson and is more talking at Echo about the same sort of thing. And in a sparkle of light, this girl appears. She says, "Hi, oh wow, this table's really full. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna go, bye."
Echo kind of looks up. He kind of looks at Nelson, then he looks at Haley. He's like, "Is that one of your classmates?"
Oh, yeah. She's always like that.
Just talk super fast like this, and then just gonna go poof.
Yeah. I mean,
what's her?
Would you say, Will?
What's her name?
Oh, well, we cut off to, "Hi, do you guys have an open seat?"
Lily jumps when someone appears next to her and turns. What? Yeah.
And she looks over and she says, "Oh, cool. You guys mind if I join you?"
Lily looks to the other two.
Olivia gives a little wave and says, "Oh, it would be most pleasant to have a new friend sit with us." And Olivia just kind of shrugs because she never makes decisions for you guys.
Yeah, sure.
And the girl claps, and she, in a flash of light, teleports over to this seat. And she leans all the way across the table and grabs your hand and starts shaking it. Shaking it with a lot of energy, a lot of fervor. As she says, "Hi, it's nice to meet you. My name's Kathleen, but you can call me Pixel." And
Pixel.
yeah, that's my hero name. And she looks like this.
I love the bells.
Yeah, the bells jingle every time she moves around.
That would drive me nuts.
No, Lily out loud says she loves the bells.
She says, "Oh, thank you. I love the bells too. I had them personally put it on my hero costume because I thought it would be great."
This is your hero costume?
Yeah, this is my hero costume. Do you like it? I love it.
You just wear it all the time?
Oh, well, our class has gym right after, so we normally do a lot of our hero stuff right after lunch.
That makes sense.
And she sits down, and you can see that as she sat down with her food that she teleported over here with, it's already half eaten. She's just been teleporting around the lunchroom trying to figure out where to sit and eating along the way. And she just sort of starts stuffing her face.
What's she eating?
She is eating a chili dog with extra chili on it.
Good for her.
Mm-hmm.
So Pixel.
Yeah.
Like a pixie, or is it supposed to be like a pixel like on a screen or something? Because you don't scream like, techno powers.
It's kind of like a pixie, yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, my powers are kind of weird and magic-y. I don't really know how they work though.
Hey, that's cool. Oh, I'm Lily, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Lily.
Yeah, I don't have a hero name.
Olivia just says, "Hi, my name's Olivia. I have a hero name, but please just call me Olivia." "Hi, Olivia. What's your hero name?"
It's Grimrot. It's pretty cool.
And Olivia kind of like, you can see that when you say that, she kind of like curls in on herself a little bit and just keeps eating silently. And she's like, "Wow, Grimrot, that is cool." And she looks over to Triffany and says, "What's your name? You're really pretty." "Hello there. My name is Triffany Argax, but you may call me Triffany instead. Oh, and my hero name is Hipmoth." Sorry, I saw you typing. I thought it was gonna.
Oh.
You're all
Well, I'll say it. I was gonna make a joke. I feel like these two could get into a feedback loop of like being really peppy.
Yeah, of course, she's like, "Oh, I'm Triffany Argax the Third. You can call me Hipmoth." And she's like, "Oh, wow, Hipmoth, that sounds really cool. Also, Triffany Argax the Third, that sounds like royalty. Are you royalty?" "Well, it is a funny story about that." And they start getting into a very quick back and forth where it's actually hard for you to keep up with what they're saying.
Wait, are you royalty?
And you, after a few seconds of them going back and forth, Triffany looks back and goes, "Oh, yes, I am. On my home planet, I am a
What?
princess."
What the fuck? Why is that not? Why don't you lead with that?
"Oh,
Have you told me this and I just forgot?
I do not remember to bring it up very much. Here
I would only be bringing that up.
Here I am just a foreign exchange student, as they say."
That's crazy. Okay, I didn't mean to derail. It's just, I felt like that was something like that's surprising. I'm surprised I didn't know that.
"Yeah, you really look like you'd be royalty. I can't get over how pretty you are." "Oh, thank you, Pixel." And they continue once again chattering away at each other. And Olivia just looks over to you and says, "This is nice. It's much easier when they're able to fill the table with talking."
Yeah, I love her energy.
Is there anything specific anyone wants to do before lunch comes to an end?
I assume Haley would tell Echo what you cut away from.
She says like, "Oh yeah, her name is Kathleen, her hero name's Pixel." And you ask, "What, like a pixel or like a pixie?" And she says, "Yeah, like a pixie." And then, of course, you can see that she's been like in a flash teleporting all over the place, which, funny enough, going with her name Pixel, when she teleports away, there are little like star effects, kind of almost looking like, little pixels in the air almost. But she has this weird little magical poof, and she teleports across the room, and she just seems to be really high energy. And she's
Haley, out of curiosity, who's in your class?
Well, we've got the standard class of 16 people, so we have a lot of people, but they're all in here, so, you just have to go around and meet them.
So everyone who's not in my class.
Not everyone. There are like 3 or 4 classes in the crime fighting course. At least in our grade.
Okay, that's... Wait, who's your homeroom teacher?
Oh, our homeroom teacher's Great Oak. Who's your guys' homeroom? It's Nightwalker!
I drew a blank. Nightwalker.
Yeah, Nelson had cut in. It's Nightwalker! He's our homeroom teacher! And Haley's like, ooh, that kind of sucks.
You don't like him?
Well, I don't have anything against him, but everyone talks about him like he's the fucking devil or something. Like, apparently he can be pretty mean.
He kind of looks at Alex. He's like, has he been mean to us?
Nicole?
What? I'm sorry, I zoned out for a second. What was it?
Echo asked if Nightwalker's been mean to anyone.
Not particularly.
Yeah, I think he's been fine.
Nelson says, yes, he's been a very good role model for all of us. Huh. Well, then either the rumors are bullshit, or maybe you guys are just that good. And she keeps eating her food.
Echo goes back to eating his food, and he smirks at oh fuck, I cannot.
At who, Will?
He smirks at Gabe.
Smirks to his food.
Yeah, he smirks at Gabe because like he's just picturing him in his hero outfit, and he just kind of is chuckling to himself.
Wait, I'm sorry, repeat that. I was reading what Dako wrote out.
Echo was laughing to himself like as he was cheering because he was picturing Gabe in his hero outfit. And he just thinks it's dumb.
Unrelated, Gabe gets up with his food and goes to take it to throw his tray away. As he gets up and goes to throw his food away, Haley just sort of like watches him go out of like like a side-eye glance and just sort of keeps eating.
You heard anything about him?
Just that he's at the top of your guys' class, apparently.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be interesting to pick his brain a little bit, but it doesn't seem like he really likes to talk to people.
I was like hitting a wall. He's a bit of a boss.
Of course, you guys see him walking back from afar. And he goes to sit down next to you again.
He didn't hear that. He didn't hear that I called him a Boschtet, even though he doesn't know what that is.
He sits down, and do you say anything when he sits down, or does the conversation just go really quiet at the table?
Yeah, it just goes really quiet after that.
It goes dead.
He just looks at you guys, and then he sighs to himself, and he just gets up and leaves again. But this time he goes to exit the cafeteria, seemingly saying something in passing to Shatterstorm as he leaves, but not like Joey did, like, oh, they're bullying me, but more just like, hey, I'm going to the bathroom or something, and he just leaves.
I was about to say, if they bullied him, I would have laughed.
They're bullying me.
You're bullying me.
No, he just kind of leaves the cafeteria, and Haley shrugs to herself and goes to throw her food away. But yeah, you guys all have a good lunch to yourselves. Terry, you got to... Oh, yeah?
Real quick, because I thought this was funny. Towards the end, when we're finishing up with the trays and stuff, Lily would slide her tray to Pixel and be like, yo, since you can teleport, would you mind?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, everybody give me your trays.
Oh my gosh.
And
great.
Everyone hands their trays over, and she goes, watch this! And then she, in a flash of light, like, basically the trays just disappear.
Where'd they go?
And she points, and you look over where the trays are supposed to go, and they're over there.
Oh, that is wonderful.
And she claps
You can stay
to
with
herself.
us anytime.
She's like, yeah, I think it's really cool.
Hey, do you prefer Pixel or Kathleen, by the way?
Oh, you can call me whatever you want to call me.
Okay, I'll call you Kath because that's a human name.
Okay. And she chuckles to herself. But yeah, with that, you guys have a good lunch. You're all, talking to all of your people. One of you, talking to your person outside of the cafeteria in private. And eventually, lunch finally comes to a close and the bell rings. And let me move us along here. Wow. As we get to this. So, The rest of the school day rolls by with Liberty Eagle in government and law, and after his lecture on how wartime combat laws changed during the Golden Age, a brief announcement plays over the PA. This time, however, it's Mr. Thimble instead of Forsyth. Good afternoon, students and faculty. At the sound of the next bell, our free period will officially begin. Be sure to check the digital bulletin board in the front hall for all available clubs and what rooms to find more information in. Have a spectacular day and soar higher. The PA cuts off, and after a few moments, the bell rings. So, quickly gathering your things and putting them away, you're given free reign of the school. Of course, to start, you make your way to the bulletin board as advised to see what's on offer. There you see a long list of clubs. On this, again, it's a digital bulletin board. You kind of see, like, windows as if they're on a computer instead of, like, papers and flyers that are hung up. And what you see is, including but not limited to, the Honor Roll Club, the Engineers Club, the Shooting Star School News Network, the Chemics Club. There's also, like, an art club, something called the Amazon Society, varying sports teams, which you do see volleyball on, and it seems like there is a little digital flyer for a band that's been made by students in the school called the Ugly Little Upstarts. So, you guys can read more about these individual clubs and groups, and just see what draws your attention, and you're given free reign to go wherever. And of course, remember, for those of you that might be interested in starting clubs, you would have to head to Mr. Thimble's office to talk to him about that. There's no real specific time when you have to do it, it's just something you would have to do during the day.
So I can take this time to check out another club and then say, like, at the end of the day I go to Mr. Thimble?
Yeah.
Okay, great, because Joey would probably want to go to a club to see what other people are doing so she can get some ideas.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we've got a lot of clubs on offer, and I can, relist them for you guys at any time. But yeah, and you don't have to feel like you have to go to everything also, but there's a lot that you can do, so just go to whatever you're interested in, and we'll see how the day unfolds.
Echo walks up to the bulletin board, looks over the list, sees Engineer Club, and he's like, yep, that's the one, see you guys. He gives a wave and heads out.
And of course, on the bulletin board, you are actually, it's like all touch controlled. You're able to flick down a copy of the digital flyer onto your handbook, so you have it there to show, like, oh, this is where it is, this is what it is, okay. So you're ready to go on to the Engineers Club.
Yeah.
What all flyers does everyone take down that they want to go to? And do you all want to go in a big group around to everything, or do you want to, like, split up?
I was gonna say big group sounded fun.
Okay.
Because Lily would definitely group up with her two girls at least, but and also to cut down on, scene switching.
Yeah.
I actually would like to take this time to have, like, if Lily's up at the bulletin board, Joey would kind of go next to her and be like, hey, mind if I tag along?
Well, me and Triff and Olivia also.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure.
You see this? And she kind of, like, holds up the band flyer.
Yeah, Ugly Little Upstarts is a choice for a name for sure.
I don't know. I
think them out?
It'd be cool, at least, to see who's in the band.
Sure.
Never really seen a band play before.
Also, and I don't mean to hammer this too much. If she's not here, that's fine. If Pixel is nearby, Lily would invite her to come with.
Yeah,
Having an in on the other class is something she would want to have.
At the end of lunch, you would notice that she'd be very, not eager to get away, but more like just eager to keep moving around. So you catch her and you're like, hey, if you wanna meet us after all the classes at the digital bulletin board, we can hang out. And she'd be like, oh yeah, sure. And when you guys get here, you're all talking amongst yourselves in the usual group that you're in. And you don't see her around, but she very suddenly just pops into existence next to you with a flash and the little sparkles. She's like, hi guys, I'm here.
Oh, hell yeah. Joey, this is Kathleen, or Pixel, whatever you want to call her.
Hi, my name's
Hi.
Kathleen. You can call me Pixel. Or I guess
Yeah,
it's the other
I'm
way around, kind of. I don't know what it's like.
I'm Joey.
Nice to meet you, Joey. And yeah, Echo, did you just like already go off on your own to go to the Engineers Club, or did you pull down that flyer and you're waiting for people?
He's pulling down that flyer and just looking it over while he waits, just in case if anyone wants to come with him.
Okay. Terry, Alex, what about you guys? Anything catch your eyes?
Can I get the list again?
Yeah.
Real quick.
We've got the Honor Roll, the
Okay.
Engineers Club, the Shooting Star School News Network, the Kinnick's Club, there's an art club, something called the Amazon Society, and a flyer for seemingly a student punk band being formed called the Ugly Little Upstarts. And also, of course, various sports teams, which volleyball is listed. It seems that they've got something going on in the gym.
Oh, well, look at that. I assume, like, the Chemex one is chemistry things? I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
so the description for that, because yeah, if you guys ask about these things, you can get a little more of a description from the flyer. The Kinnick's Club seems to be for chemistry and alchemy enthusiasts to learn more about their craft, and moreover to have more easy access to a lot of the labs around here and their ingredients so they can practice and just create more. To go with what Will pulled down a flyer for with the Engineers Club, it's very similar. It's a club for all years who are inspired to create pieces of tech. So it's, you know, a lab and a space to give mechanically minded students just a space where they can create. And also, apparently, people that are in this club can be commissioned by other students for personal gadgets or upgrades, giving them experience and a little bit of cred for what they're able to create and help other people with.
So, just like get a read of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Echo's going to the engineer's place.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else is grouping and going to see the band.
You could all also group up and go to each place together. You can split up, but you don't have to split up. It's whatever you guys want to do.
Like, we could just, like, go to each one together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so far we've
So that
got...
makes sense.
But so far we do have the Engineers Club that's on the to-do list, and we've got the Ugly Little Upstarts.
I'm curious about what the Amazon Society is.
Yeah, I was too.
I thought you would be.
Kind of sounds like a cult.
Okay, yeah, you pull down something for the Amazon Society. I'm surprised you're not pulling something down for one of the sports teams, Daka.
Oh, well, yeah, I'd take the volleyball one, sorry.
Okay. And then, Terry, do you take anything? Or are you all good to follow everybody?
The chemistry one.
Okay, cool.
One for
May as
that.
well add the newspaper to the list as well, the newspaper club.
Yeah, I didn't think to pull anything, because I just kind of thought we were going to end up seeing everything anyway.
Yeah, we can, we don't have to. It's just down to
Not fine, too.
what everyone's interested in. But yeah, okay, we can pull down the school news
8-hour
network.
session.
Hmm?
8-hour session.
8-hour
8-hour
session.
session.
This is the great filter for Star Heights.
Oh, let's go.
I'll have to put timestamps in the comments for all the different clubs. But okay, yeah, you pull down everything. You basically pull down everything except for the art club, I think. And we're good to go. So, first things first. You guys make your way down the hall because Joey's like really excited about the band. You're like, okay, yeah, let's follow Joey to the band real quick. And let me get you guys actually all set up right here.
And time.
Let me pop. You guys are all here. And yeah, you guys are all making your way through crowds towards the upper floors of the support wing before finding a room number that was practically scrawled onto its little digital flyer. It seems like it was handwritten and then scanned in. And standing out in the hall, you actually already hear music blaring through the walls, which is saying something considering the school's soundproofing. And on opening the door, you're all hit by a harsh wave of music that almost knocks you off of your feet, literally. Inside, you see a small band of students playing a song which they've seemingly practiced before now. And let me just play this in the background. Okay. And here are some of our ugly little upstarts here. Bam.
Whoa.
Fortnite player.
So yeah, these two are notable to you, as you recognize their faces just a little bit. You've seen them in passing around during lunch. And eventually, their set comes to an end as the seemingly rabbit-themed girl finishes on her guitar, the other guy standing at the back mixing music on a high-tech record deck that is attached to his suit. Oh, hey, sorry. Didn't see you guys open the door there.
Oh, wow. So this is, your guys' band?
Yeah, sorry about, if there is any confusion. We put up our flyer to, let people know we're playing here. We kind of needed a space to practice. Just in advance, we're not really accepting any new band members.
Oh, okay. You
Yeah.
guys are kind of just performing?
Kinda. I mean, again, we're practicing for some of our gigs. And
Well, all right.
she'll walk forward to you guys. Let me actually do something real quick. There we go. And yeah, you guys can feel free to move around. It's a theater of the mind map, but I wanted to give you guys tokens so you could roughly move around just to show who's talking to who. But she walks forward, shakes the hand of whoever's at the front, which might actually be Joey if she led you guys here. Let me...
Yeah, probably. I got it.
Yeah. She'll walk forward and give you a little handshake with a cool little smile, and she introduces herself. Right here. And she says, hey, my name's Jace. Here her name's Rebound, because I bounce around a lot.
Oh. Joey, nice to meet you.
She gives your hand a little shake. This dude walks up behind her. And this is what he looks like. This is my buddy Alan. You could also call him Record Scratch if you want. And he just kind of scratches his little record on the side. Which actually, as he walks forward, you see that the records that he's messing with in his tech deck are actually, they look like they're made of gold or something.
Can I do some sort of roll to see if I can recognize if this is a robot or not? It looks like he's wearing pants. This is just a guy.
Let me see. I think that would be Pierce the Mask, if you want to. Yeah, Pierce the Mask.
I would like to try, at least. Oh boy. Oh!
Let's see, that's a hit. So you get...
Yeah,
one
let me...
question
sorry.
from the
Yeah, I gotta
list,
pull up my
or one
shit.
question similar to something from the list. Which I guess would probably just be, you want to know, are you a robot?
Yeah, that's it. I just want to know, is he a robot?
Yeah, no, he's not a robot. He is really teched out, though. There's definitely a guy under this suit, but he's basically got a whole, robot exoskeleton thing going on, because it's, that intricate of tech.
Fucking poser. Yeah, so she kind of does that, and she's like, oh, well, nice to meet you both. Yeah, I'm Joey. These are my friends.
Hey, nice to meet you guys. And, you see a few other band members in the back, but they don't seem to be from the hero course. It, seems like support or technical course people that, don't really come forward and seem to be messing with their own instruments.
Said you have a gig coming up?
Oh, yeah. We normally have gigs around the city. Well, I say around the city. It's mostly in abandoned warehouses and shit, but, money's money.
I'm gonna look them up on my phone to see how popular these guys are.
They actually seem to be surprisingly popular. It's they've got kind of a cult following, and it seems like they're quickly rising in popularity as they've been doing a lot of not in actual nightclubs, but again in abandoned warehouses or just places where people are just setting up these huge raves or parties, and these guys have been more and more going to these places and doing musical gigs for them.
Well, when's the next one? Maybe we could come and see you guys perform.
Oh, we got something going on this weekend, actually.
At
See
an
him
abandoned
fell.
warehouse.
Yeah, abandoned warehouse, as it usually tends to go. One day we'll get into an actual club. They just won't let us in right now because we're too young or whatever.
I feel like Joey would also be doing that kind of thing where she's kind of scanning for info in her mind just to be like, cool, we'll be there, so she knows where to go or something.
Yeah, she's like, well, don't gotta pay anything to enter. We accept tips when you're there, but I mean, you guys are from the same school. We're not gonna like expect anything crazy of you, but it'd be sick to have you guys come and watch us play some of our set. And you guys, Echo and Alex at the back, you're like, I think we're doing training with our friends this weekend. Well, we'll see if we can make it work.
We'll see.
Nelson, want to go to a raid?
Nelson, let's train in this abandoned warehouse. Where nothing else is happening for sure.
Let me have this rave. Let me have this rave roleplay.
God.
Yeah, so you guys
Great, thanks.
you guys talk to her about which abandoned warehouse it is, and she's like, yeah, I mean, you guys are our friends, so you're gonna be able to get in for free. We'll let you in. We would again love tips, not expecting anything. But yeah, and she gives you which exact abandoned warehouse it is, and basically just is like, oh, by the way, don't let any of the faculty know that you're coming, because we don't want them to like bust us for going out into the city at like 3 a.m. with a bunch of we don't want anything to happen, so just don't tell anybody about it. You've got a private invitation, think of it like that.
Not
That
caught
does
you.
make it sound cooler.
Yeah, but how's
Okay.
not caught you?
Okay, wait, first,
Like,
what did you say, Dako?
I said that does make it sound cooler, that we
Okay.
aren't allowed to tell the adults.
Yeah, and then Will, what did you say?
Sorry, he's like, then how have they not caught you if you're like, popular?
We're just really good.
Can't argue with that.
Fair enough.
And then Joey, were you gonna say something?
I was gonna say, like, Lily saying that would kind of make, like, Joey kind of does a giggle and, like, looks to her like, this is cool, you know what I mean? Like,
Your first anything.
yeah, no, exactly.
It's
Lily
Like, we're
does
doing
think it's
cool
cool
things.
That,
Yeah.
that it's secret, but also it is not thrilled at the location being an abandoned warehouse.
Do you vocalize that, or is that just internal?
No, she'll keep that to herself.
Okay.
So we would, like, do a little nudge to Lily and be like, we can ride up in a limo.
Or will you be the limo?
Yes.
Okay, I'm on board.
She's like, yeah, well, it'll be sick to see you guys there. Nice to meet some people from some of the other classes, and if you want to stay around, listen to some sets, you can. If not, it's nice meeting you guys, and we'll see some of you this weekend if you're able to come. And she'll, offer a fist bump to whoever's closest and wants to do a fist bump.
Fist bump.
Eagerly give her a little fist bump, and they, get back to their things and start up another set, which you can tell the music's about to get really loud again.
Goody.
And do you guys stay for the set, or do you want to move on to the next place?
Echo's gonna shut the door real quick.
Yeah, we'll probably wave and head out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
I'll
close
let the music be a surprise.
You guys wave as Echo ushers you out. He's like, all right, next place. You guys move along. All right. What place do you guys want to go to next? Got a few choices here for what you guys.
What
were
is
preferring.
the Amazonian
Yeah,
whatever?
Amazonian.
I don't know if we
Yeah,
got. Was that explained?
Let me show you here, since Alex pulled down a little flyer for it. The Amazon Society, in short. Let me pull up my little thing here. The Amazon Society, in short, is a group for female identifying students to come together, share their experiences, and participate in some battle training. Basically like getting ripped, talking to each other, learning how to use different kinds of weapons and all that.
Oh, I love this.
It seems like they're training out in one of the school's courtyards.
We could go do that. Most of us would belong there.
Okay.
Try that next, and then meet up at the next one.
Okay, let me get you set up with the Amazon Society then. Oop. Okay. You guys make your way through the halls, and eventually you find your way outside. Let me change our music really quick as you guys fade away from all of these bumping beats, and you get back to regular school life here. Okay. Move the camera around a little bit. There we go. So you're led outside to an area in the school's grand courtyard where a group of female students are gathered. While some are standing around talking and getting to know each other, a few are sparring with blunt wooden weapons, just seemingly as practice. And a young woman that looks a bit older than you guys stands at the head of the sparring matches, giving instructions on their form. Which is this lady. And I will show you this lady now. Yeah. And she seems to be an upperclassman of yours rather than like a teacher or anything like that. But she just seems to be, giving instructions on form, on how they're using their weapons, and seems to be focusing more on that aspect of what is going on out here than, really like going around and mingling too much. Because it seems like, maybe they had a meeting earlier and have kind of dispersed since then.
Alex approaches her and kind of introduces herself. And it's like, hey, my name's Alex. I just started here, and I just wanted to know what your club is kind of all about.
Ah, it's nice to meet you, Alex. And she gives you a firm handshake. It kind of squeezes your hand a little bit hard. And she just says, well, as you all know, this is the Amazon Society. Do a lot of combat training out here, sharing experiences amongst the students that join our club, and really just coming together as a unit and making a place where, girls can feel safe to come talk about things they might not be able to talk about elsewhere, and, learn to kick a little bit of ass while doing it.
Alex smiles at that, and she's like, yeah, I may have to come back then.
Well, it would be nice to see you come back. And she looks behind you to Lily and Joey and says, and you two as well. I would like to meet all of you. As you guys are standing a little farther away.
Lily was like looking over the field of people training with weapons, like we're fucking gladiators, with a bit of amusement because it's kind of a funny sight to her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Lillian. Lily.
And she grips your hand and gives you a hard handshake and says, and she kind of nods to you and looks to you, Joey. And she says, this might be presumptuous, but do you actually, do you identify as a woman or are you a male robot?
I guess I don't know. I like to wear different, or imagine myself in dresses and she starts like going through her journal and like showing some of her different drawings of different types of dresses that she would wear. Mm-hmm. So that's really nice, but also I'm just kind of a robot.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you nonetheless. And she, gives you a little handshake, which, you're not able to feel is as rough as the other guys felt because, you are a robot. But
she also gives a firm I have a firm handshake as well.
Mm-hmm. And she smiles at that and pats you on the shoulder.
Yeah, I just usually, whenever I'm using weapons and stuff, they come from my own transformations, basically. I don't know. I guess I think that some of the combat maneuvers would still help me.
Well, if any of you are able to gain anything from the Amazon Society, you can feel free to come and go as you wish. It's not really one of the clubs in the school that is a strict commitment. It is more that we meet every week or twice a week, depending on what's going on. We just organize ourselves, have meets to talk about whatever is prevalent and get into combat training. So if you guys want to take some time in the future to come by and see what's going on, then feel free.
That sounds great. Thank you.
And she nods and she says, and she looks around you and says, do any of you want to spar right now? And she kicks up a wooden spear and it lands in her hand.
No, I'm okay. I just ate, too much physical exertion. Give me stomach ache.
And she kind of looks over the rest of you.
I want to see if Alex takes her up first, just because.
Yeah, Alex will probably go ahead and join in a little bit.
Because
Okay.
I feel like Alex was before, like if no one else did, I feel like Joey would be like, "All right." But yeah, I wanted to see.
Yeah. You guys kind of move off to the side and go to watch as these two are going to spar with each other. Let's get some little sparring music here.
Are we just doing like hand-to-hand combat, or like using the little wooden weapons? Are we using our powers at all?
So as you walk up, she is going to, she's going to move over to you, hand you a wooden, basically like a bow staff, and she moves over with her own. And she gives you the rules, which is, no superpowers. You just have to fight with your own physical strength, your own agility, and with whatever weapon you can hold in your hands. And kind of explains that the purpose of this is to teach people not to rely on their powers and to use what is in their hands, because you never know what could happen. So you need to be able to fight just by yourself, and then you can work on your powers beyond that.
Yeah, that's definitely something that Alex feels like she needs, kind of in conjunction with her conversation with Nightwalker about learning different ways to use her powers, but learning how to fight without them as well.
Okay. Then you guys are, in your stances, ready to go. One of the other students gives the call, and she immediately, and very deftly, rushes in and closes the distance, and goes for a strike to sweep you off your feet. So, what are you going to do in response to this as you see her close this distance?
Can I try to kind of jump over it as she sweeps it towards my feet and then like land right in front of her?
Sure. Roll to take a powerful blow, and we'll see if you can jump in time.
Okay. And so I have my passive move that we changed to that says, when I take a powerful blow, I may roll as if I had 2 fewer conditions marked. So what would I do for that? Would I do... Because I have 1 condition.
Yeah, so you would basically just, when the number comes up that says if you want to adjust the penalty, you just put -1. And additionally, remember that if you succeed with that, then there will be repercussions.
Okay.
Monka.
Okay, that is a hit.
Nice.
So, she rushes you, and you're not quite able to jump out of the way in time as she sweeps you off of your feet and you fall onto the ground, or at least you're about to fall onto the ground. You can either choose to lash out verbally at your team, which you don't really have a team, so you'd just be lashing out verbally in general. You can give ground, give your opponent an opportunity, or you can struggle past the pain and mark 2 conditions. Basically standing your ground.
I'm gonna give ground because this isn't worth marking 2 conditions over.
Yeah. Okay, she sweeps you off your feet. You land on the ground, and it gives her an opportunity where she basically moves the bow staff as if it was a spear, puts her foot on your stomach, and moves it to your throat. And then they blow the whistle and call the combat over as she removes her spear and extends a hand to help you up.
I've definitely got some learning to do.
We can give it one more go if you want. And she goes back, stances up, and you're ready again. This time, when the person, blows the whistle and calls for you to start, you can tell that she has got her stick in a position, or her bow staff, in a position where she's got it more across her body, and she doesn't immediately move towards you. What do you want to do?
Can I wait for her to make the first move?
Sure. You guys have a moment where you are standing there after the whistle was blown, and, as the audience, you guys are like, are they going to do anything? And then very quickly, you've got, which also, she had introduced herself before as Antonia Cardoso, also known as Huntress. And Huntress very quickly runs in towards you, and this time does not go to sweep your legs. However, it looks like she's going to, as she sweeps the bow staff down towards your legs before batting it down and going to move it up, basically to like slam it into your chin as if it was a lever. So, roll to take a powerful blow and see if you can dodge this. Ooh.
Why? Why am I getting good rolls on taking a hit?
You can. Okay, so you can either choose 2 from the list before, you can lose control of yourself or your powers in a terrible way, or you can, lose, basically.
I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna let Alex lose and take this as an ego hit. That like she really needs to learn how to actually physically fight.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, she rushes forward, and you're like, oh, she's gonna do the same move again, and you prepare for that, and then she very quickly baps the staff up into your chin, knocking you back onto your ass, and they blow the whistle. And of course, like, it's not like she slammed it into you trying to hurt you, but you kind of got thwapped a little bit as she moves forward and extends her hand. And goes to help you get up. And she just says, do not take this too personally. I am head of the Amazon Society for a reason.
Yeah, we'll just have to give it another try another time.
She nods to you and says, once again, I would be ecstatic to see any of you come back here to practice in the future. And, we'll see if we can do something about your form.
All right.
And she smiles to you and gives you a nod and moves off to basically ref other people's matches. And you've got an opportunity to move back to your friends over here.
Okay.
Nice try, though, Alex. I mean, it seems like we have a lot to learn.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think I need to learn to stop relying on my powers as much.
You and me both. I also need to figure some things out.
Okay.
No, maybe we can meet up here once or twice a week.
That's a great idea.
It's not like you're gonna be without your powers at some point. So I mean, no, it's not like, I mean, you're gonna have your powers, so relying on them like makes sense. It's like, I don't know. I think the argument against it is like in math, like, I'm gonna have a calculator all the time, so like I can just do math with that,
Yeah, but why not be able to use your brain too?
I mean, I use my brain. I just don't need to know how to like backflip over a sword, I'm probably fine without that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I just feel like I don't want to lose control again.
Me too.
You guys bond over, hey, let's not lose control again. And Terry's over at the side like, yeah.
Let's not hurt innocent people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of give a meaningful glance at Echo after that last fight.
Echo gives her a smile. Smiles.
What were you gonna say, Kai?
What do you mean, Ethan? Nothing happened.
Nothing happened, you're right.
Nothing happened.
So, where do you guys want to go next? We've got, let's see, what all did you guys take flyers for? The Engineers Club, the School News Network, the Chemics Club, and the volleyball team is what you guys have stuff for. And of course, if you guys want to go to things that you didn't pull flyers for, you still can. Not like I'm locking you out of it, but that's what you guys seem most interested in. So, where do you want to go next? Who's leading the charge?
I guess I'll lead the. Well, we'll go. I guess my vote's the newspaper club.
Oh, okay. What about the rest of
Lead
you?
the way.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Harry's not gonna object to any of this because he honestly is just wants to know what's happening in the school, and this is a good way to do so.
Okay. Well then, you guys make your way out and continue on in the school hallways. And let me read to you guys where you go. So, you make your way down the hall once you get back inside and navigate to actually one of the farthest corners of the school, finding a room tucked away in the back corner of the whole complex. After a tentative knock on the door where you're like, oh, we're not even near any of the classrooms anymore, you open the door to find a pretty cozy little room. You find yourselves here.
Oh, an actual.
I don't have any of you in the room yet because it's a small room and you guys can enter one by one. But yeah, since Echo is leading the charge here, let me put you peeking into the door. as you peek in here. As you look inside, immediately next to the entrance, a corkboard is hung up, which one student already seems to be making use of as she pins seemingly random news articles to it and connects them with string. Oh, hello there! Are you all here thinking about joining the Shooting Star School News Network too? Before you can answer, she quickly approaches you, Echo, and firmly grips your hand, shaking it up and down with an almost manic handshake. The name's Tracy Abernathy, news hound and inquiring mind. I'm here to make this school news network really shine. I'm talking real news, real juicy details you won't get anywhere else. She grins widely at you. What about yourself?
Hi, Tracy. Is she letting his hand go, or is she still shaking?
She's still shaking it. The rest of you are standing in the hallway watching this.
Hi, Tracy. How are you? We just came to check you guys out. Just because he feels like he has to talk this fast to keep up with her. We just wanted to check it out and hang out and just see what you were all about.
Oh, by all means, please come inside. She lets you go and bats you on the back and basically pushes you further in the room so everyone else can enter.
Yeah, just stumbles in.
Let me get you guys in here, and I'll make you all available as you're out in the hallway coming in. And she says, please, by all means, come in and look around.
Echo just kind of leans on the table, taking a breather.
The white-haired kid seems to be preparing coffee, and he just gives you a little nod as he is, quietly pouring a few mugs of coffee for them.
How much of that does she drink?
A lot.
Yeah, I thought so. Oh, and he kind of leans.
You guys can come in one by one if you desire. You should have control over your yeah, there you go. Yeah, you guys walk in, and Tracy goes back to messing with the corkboard as you guys walk in. And you're able to look around.
I'm gonna look and see what articles she has strung up.
She has a bunch of articles that, some of them are about, issues with the city's traffic system. Other things are about, a recent power outage at the mall. And then there's something about, the subways have been delayed recently. Just a bunch of mundane shit that she's, sticking together with string.
I turn to her and I ask her, so do you think all this stuff is connected?
Without a doubt in my mind it's all connected. I'm just trying to find the missing piece. And you can see all of the other news articles. It's all just inane bullshit. Some of the stuff she's got up here is there are recent people in the obituaries, and you're like, oh, that might be something. And then there's the other normal non-superpowered schools, hey, they did really well in a sports game recently. It's basically just everything she's clipped out of the last 3 newspapers.
I just kind of silently walk away because she's kind of in her own world anyway.
Lily, what are you looking at over here? What do you say?
Lily's skimming the obituaries.
Oh my!
just kind of preparing yourself. And Tracy looks at you and goes, interesting, the obituaries, I see.
Well, no, I was looking at other shit.
She kind of looks around at the board, trying to find what you were looking at. Joey, what about you? What do you do when you get in here?
Joey is personally looking around here, and she first was just looking at the person sitting on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask kind of. Yeah, so I don't know if you noticed, but she walked in the middle of the room because as if she was gonna sit down, and then she noticed that person was vegged out, and she was like, I'm gonna go by Lily. And so she probably was also looking at the obituaries at that point, just kind of casually looking over Lily's shoulder, what are we looking at here?
She moves out of the way so you guys get a grand
full view.
A full view of the stream of consciousness of her just having put things up in random order and strung them all together.
Yep. I definitely want to take a look at her conspiracy board.
And, which actually also, let me get you guys Tracy Abernathy's sheet here. This is her art. And this kid at the table that's making and pouring coffee. we got him here. And he quietly introduces himself as Shin.
Just for your sake, Ethan, Echo's gonna point behind him at the person on the couch and be like, "Who's that?"
Oh, that's Susie. She doesn't bite if you want to go talk to her.
Who? He kind of is confused and looks over at Susie and he gives a small wave and he's like, "Who is the charge here?"
Susie gives like a very lackadaisical wave as she is just sitting in the corner of the couch, just minding her own business. And she says, Shin, he says, well, we have a second year that tends to organize us, but she tends to be busy with other things given that she's a second year. So Tracy tends to lead things around here without much, without either of us really vying for that spot. Basically, with no competition is what he means.
Yeah, I figured. He looks over to Tracy.
Tracy, meanwhile, is gabbing away at Joey and Lily, and she's just talking your guys' ears off about these wild theories she has about what's going on in the city, all of which sounds completely baseless, but she's still, gabbing your ear off regardless. Of course, back at, this is just what Shin is gesturing to as he's talking to you, Echo.
Does Tracy have any powers?
Oh, no. She's a part of the support course, which doesn't mean you can't have powers, but she actually does not have any powers.
Interesting.
I think she's the only one of us here that doesn't.
Huh. He's rubbing his hand because he's like, ow. He's still like, that hurt. He's like, interesting, and he kind of just goes silent.
And then he pours a cup of coffee and offers it to you.
He Echo takes it, has a swig, makes like a really, really like scrunched up face and nods and says, "Thank you."
Yes, yeah, this is extremely black coffee. He also offers some to you, Terry.
Oh, Terry would just down it.
And then he'll go to pour himself a cup and pour Tracy a cup and set it to the side, knowing that Tracy will grab it when she grabs it. Alex, what are you up to?
Just kind of watching, just people watching.
Okay. Yeah, you guys are free to, talk to whoever in here, leave at your heart's content, but it just seems like they're just sort of chilling out. Like, these are the guys that already knew they wanted to be here, at least you assume so. So they kind of, got here and were able to basically join maybe a day or so early since they already seem to be at home.
Joey, personally, I think she's more looking at this just kind of as like, I don't think this is my type of club. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Let me also show you guys Susie since she's over there.
She's more trying to be polite. Oh, Susie, you look cool as hell.
What is your tail made out of?
You look at her and you're like, is that girl made of like coral?
That's why.
That's cool.
Yeah, she doesn't seem keen on like getting up to talk to anybody, but she's also just like happily watching what's going on in the room.
Just vibing.
Shin walks over to her with a cup of coffee and she waves her hand and dismisses it, like, she doesn't want the coffee. And then Shin brings it back. And you can tell from the look on his face and how he did this that he knew that she probably wasn't going to want the coffee, but offered it to her anyways and made the cup anyways. And then he sets it next to Tracy's cup, knowing she will come grab it later when she wants them.
As Shin was walking towards the one on the couch, Echo's gonna quickly open a portal and just pour the coffee out, and then shut it, and then put the cup on the table and be like, "Thank you for the coffee, Shin."
And he nods and he says, "If you don't like the coffee, next time I can just take it from you."
No. It was I just don't. I don't know. I don't drink it black.
Oh, that's all right. We make all of the coffee black here because that's how Tracy likes it. We're not really coffee drinkers ourselves.
Not even like hot chocolate?
Well, I mean,
chocolate isn't coffee.
I would drink hot chocolate, but that's not coffee.
You don't have to. The Echo kind of looks confused.
You look confused.
But yeah, no. So do you guys like go out and like chase stories, or do you wait to hear about things and then write them in the newspaper, or?
Well, our only obligation is to write stories based on whatever news outlets are saying in the city, but Tracy tends to be more of a chaser. He walks over here and just sort of, he offers actually you, Terry, if you want any more coffee.
No, I'm alright. Thanks for all the offer, though.
He nods, takes your mug, and goes to take it back over here.
So, I assume the newspaper's on the tablets. And Echo pulls out his tablet.
Yes, actually. There have not been any published works yet because we normally, well, I say normally, this is our first year here. Apparently, the newspaper does not normally post any articles onto the news network until Club Day has passed. Again, so says the... Well, actually, and he kind of like closes his eyes for a second. Ah, never mind, you'll meet her soon.
I'm sorry, say that again?
And then the door whizzes open, and someone moves to walk in and looks to you, Lily, and says, excuse me. And walks in here. And you see this woman. A young woman, again, a second year, as said before. And she, nods to you, Lily, and Joey, kind of cutting off Tracy's tirade. She goes to, nod to you guys, shake your hand, and just says, "Hi, welcome to the Shooting Star School News Network. My name is Harper West." This is what she looks like, and she says, "My name is Harper West. I run the club here."
Echo raises his hand. He's like, "Hi, I'm Echo. These are my friends. We just sort of checked."
Nice to meet you, Joey.
Are any of you interested in joining the school newspaper, or just here to check it out?
Just checking it out.
I'm just here to check it out.
All right, well,
Yeah, just checking out.
feel free to hang around. We've got some very passionate people here about the news, so it's going to be an exciting year. Be sure to check out our articles when they come out on your handbooks. You'll get little passive notifications about them, but they won't bother you if you don't feel like it. And she moves between you guys and goes to just sort of sit on the computer. Like it seems like she came in here for some business that she's kind of trying to take care of, so she goes to do just that. And Shin smiles to you, Echo. He goes to move over to Harper.
Echo is thinking, and he looks at everyone else like, should we not disturb them any longer?
Yeah, it's probably about time to move on.
For sure.
All right, well, be sure to keep an eye out for my articles. You'll know them because you'll see my name below them.
I'll make sure to keep an eye out.
Now, one by one, you guys get the heck out of here.
Echo gives her a thumbs up as he passes.
There you go.
Terry stays.
Terry's like, all right, I'm joining the club. Let's go.
No. Terry gets up, waves goodbye to everyone, and then dips out.
Okay. Yeah. You guys all leave the club, and as the door closes, you can hear Tracy get right back to it, and it seems like now that you guys aren't in the room, and you're passing by, like, these windows, so you can still see inside, you see that Tracy starts speaking out loud about all of the things that she was previously thinking in her head, as she is putting all of these things on the corkboard and moving them around, which, Susie over on the couch chuckles at to herself. And you guys are free to make your way through the school again as I move you back to the school hallway. On to your next destination, wherever that may be. We've got...
Where do you want to head to, Lily?
Oh, I'm just here for volleyball.
You want to go to the tryout?
I'd like to go
See if they're having it?
What it's like.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys
Down.
move through the school towards the gym. we'll pull ourselves here. So you guys make your way to the gym, and you see all of this, finding a small game of volleyball being played. Coach Braun, who you remember from your history class, she's watching from the side as a few students go at it, one of them being very familiar to you all. The girl on the left team, as you guys approach the field, hits the ball over the net, seemingly going to hit it over the other team so they can't catch it, but Evan, already darting forward, jumps up and goes for an immediate return spike. The ball hits the floor, and Coach Braun nods to herself as Evan high-fives his partner. And now they're just talking amongst themselves after a finished game. These two over here are kind of bummed.
It seemed from how Evan moved, because this is the thing Lily would want to pay attention to the most.
Mm-hmm.
He's not like using his powers to play volleyball. They're just playing volleyball, right?
At least in that moment, it didn't seem like he was using his powers.
Okay. Lily seems pleased with that.
Oh yeah, also, I should mention, because the last few places you guys have gone to, Olivia and Triffany and Kathleen have not been with you. So the first couple of places you guys went to, they split off from you and went on to look at some other clubs, but they actually reconvened with you here at the gym. So I'm going to pull them in with you. Because, you said you wanted to check out the volleyball stuff, so you just texted them when you guys were going to arrive here. So let me bring all of them in. There you go.
As they would enter, Lily would ask real quick, like, "Oh, hey girls, what clubs do you go to see?"
Triffany basically talks for the group. Or actually, no. Kathleen talks for the group as she teleports over here to you. And she starts gabbing about how they basically went around and saw everything, as apparently she dragged them all over the school, just looking at each club for like a couple minutes and then pulling them somewhere else. Even Triffany at this point seems like a little bit tired. Not irritated, just tired.
Lily chuckles a bit at that. Well, sounds like you guys had fun. Any clubs jump out at you? That fucking Amazon club was kind of wild, huh? They're just like hitting each other with swords in a field.
Oh yes, the warrior instincts they seem to have. I am not quite sure I see any clubs that seem fit for me, though.
That's fair.
And Olivia stays quiet to herself, and Kathleen is like, "Oh, I really wish I could join them all, but I don't know if I have enough time in the day."
Yeah, probably not.
I'm gonna have to find one club that I really, really like, or maybe two clubs that I like, a little bit, or maybe like 5 clubs that that I'm like okay with.
Why not join all of them?
Maybe I'll have to do that. She like pulls out her phone and starts like a rapid pace texting down just a bunch of notes of like all of the names of the clubs that she seems interested in. Spoiler alert, it's all of them.
Well, good luck with that, Kathleen. Lily would turn around and start like approaching the field, basically like Coach Braun.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Miss Braun.
Ah, hey Lily, what's going on? You here to check out the volleyball team?
Yeah, I don't know if you knew this about me, but I was, captain of the volleyball team back at, the school I came from.
Oh, were you? All right.
I was.
Well, I want to see your skill on the court then.
Hey, right now?
Yeah, sure. We're doing some practice games right now. I mean, tryouts are in a couple of days, but, depending on how good you guys do today, I might just give you a free pass.
All right.
And she looks over at your friends and says, hey, if any of your other friends want to jump in on the practice game, they can feel free to, too.
Lily would turn around and shout over like, yo, Kathleen, Triff, Olivia, you guys, any of you interested in volleyball?
And this invitation also goes to all of the players as well, of course.
Well, of course, but...
Alex is just gonna sit this one out. She's just gonna sit on the bleachers here.
Okay.
Yep, Terry's gonna do the exact same.
Okay. Joey, Echo, what about you guys?
Echo has no clue how to play this game. He's sitting out.
Echo, says, I was about to say, how do you win? And Joey, at that is like, let me show ya. And she's gonna get up.
Yo, hell yeah.
Got it. Echo's being fucking outshined by Joey. Let me show you. Yeah, Triffany says, "Oh, I would love to play the volleyball." Kathleen teleports over here. "Yeah, I'm in. I would love to play some." Olivia quietly sits down without a word. And Evan sees everybody congregating. He's like, "Oh, all right, hell yeah, let's get going." And he looks over to the bleachers and he sees you, Alex, and he walks over and says, "Alex, come on, you gotta come out and play. Come on, it'll be fun."
They're
I'll get
out.
on the,
Yeah, there we
I'll
go.
on the opposite team.
Get up there, Alex.
There we go. And some of the other students, having been playing for a little while, move down to the bleachers to go watch. And let's see here. How many people do we have? I think we have 6 people, right? Yeah, we got 6 people. All right, Evan's on this team. How do you guys want to divvy it up?
Well, I need to be on the opposite team.
Okay.
It's just how it has to be.
Mm-hmm. Triffany walks over to you and Pixel.
Oh yeah, we gotta split this up. Alright, so Triff is obviously attached to Lily there. So quickly, I'm gonna go here on Alex's team.
Okay.
Sorry to immediately have to turn against you here, Kathleen, but you know how it goes.
Okay. And she goes over here.
I love it.
Triffany just flutters over with you. And yeah, you guys come over and Evan's like, "All right, let's kick some ass." And so, very quickly, in this, Coach Braun goes over the rules. So first and foremost, you are actually allowed to use your powers. As this team will, this team will go on to have normal volleyball games. It'll go on to have super volleyball games. So you're allowed to use your powers and just kind of go ham if you want. Obviously, don't hurt each other. But in using your powers, it'll make it work a little bit different because I have volleyball rules for you guys. That's right.
Oh.
Boy.
I can make unique moves. I should have done this for dodgeball. I'm doing it for volleyball. So the rules are simple. You score points by either spiking on the enemy team. You spike your ball successfully, you get a point, or you can wear down your opponents. For instance, if an NPC, let me explain the rules, or not the rules. Let me explain the moves. So there are 5 moves that you can do, and I'll help you remember in the game. But the first move is that you can volley the ball. You basically hit the ball towards the enemy team and you roll plus danger. And there are different effects based on how well you score. So if you get a 6 or below, it's a failure and it goes towards a random player, which can also include your team. 7 to 9 goes towards a random enemy and it gives them -1 against the ball. And a 10 plus, you can choose which enemy it goes towards and give them a -1 towards the ball. The thing I was going to mention before, if an NPC reaches -3 against the ball, then they will drop it and you will score a point. So that's what I mean by you can wear down your opponents. The next move is bump. You can save a flying ball that's coming towards your side, ready it for your next move, which is a savior roll, and you've got different effects that happen after that. You can interject, which means you can save the ball that's going towards someone else, basically giving you a chance to bump it before they do. You can set the ball, which means you can pass it to a teammate and give them a buff against it, basically giving them +1, which you don't have to roll for. For free, you can always set it up for one of your teammates to do a hit, but if you set it up for them and they send it back to you, they can give you a +2, but then you have to roll danger to catch it. And then finally, you can spike the ball. It's a danger roll, and you can either succeed really hard and just spike it past your enemies, score your point, or it can be caught and volleyed, or it can be hit back to your side, and you will have to roll to take a powerful blow. So spiking is a sort of risk-reward thing, where wearing down your opponents is the most consistent way that you could get them to drop the ball. But I can go over whatever needs to be gone over in the game, but you are playing to 3 points. First to 3 wins. So with all that said, I'll get us some music and you guys can get into your starting positions, which Evan would, just talk with you, Lily, and be like, hey, do you want to take the front, or, should I take the front?
I was usually pretty good at setting, back in my old team, so.
Yeah, he nods to you, and he'll move over to the side here and get ready for you as Triffany moves right here in the middle. And what about Alex and Joey? What are Alex and Joey thinking?
What are we thinking?
Well, I can try to make sure to bump it to you, and you can try to spike it.
That could be good, and I could use my gravity to make it fly way past over their heads.
Well, yeah, but you still, I'm pretty sure you want it in the lines, just like, yeah, you still want it in the lines, though.
I can bump it too!
What? You're bumping too?
Yeah, I can bump it too!
Yeah, we'll both do it.
Alright, cool!
Before the game begins, Judge Brown explained we can use their powers, right?
Yeah.
Echo is gonna slide down his goggles and just watch Lily exclusively.
Okay. I'll ask you to do a roll later. Or a roll later.
I am, before the game starts, going to instruct my spirits to join our side of the team to basically, like, give us a substantial amount more players, basically.
Mm-hmm. I'll also say, in terms of using your powers, this rule might seem obvious, but first thing, you cannot, catch the ball or hold it. So obviously, like, gravity powers, if you use zero gravity and it floats and stays in the air, can't do that. Lily, you know how your powers could do it. If they, like, poltergeist, you just catch the ball. Can't do that. It has to just be hit around. If Echo were in the game, like, if the ball flew into a portal, it would have to pop immediately out of another portal. It can't be gone for more than a second. That would also apply to Kathleen because of her weird, crazy powers. But with all that said, let's get to some volleyball. As the game is going to start here. The first that's going to have it is going to be Triffany. And she is going to serve the ball over to the other side by volleying it towards... Well, let's say she's volleying it towards you since you're at the front, Alex. So... I'm going to make sure I have the rules up on the side so I do not ever want for them. There we go. So, the ball's coming towards you. You can either volley it back towards their side, you can bump it and, basically just save it and get ready for your next move, which you would get a success on. Or you could set it up for somebody else if you do end up catching it. So do you want to try to hit it back towards them, or do you want to try to bump it and prepare for another move?
I guess I'll try to bump it.
Okay. So you're going to try to save it from flying towards your side, ready for your next move, so roll Savior for me.
Oh, I don't think I'm very high on that. I have 0.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I'll post the rules in the Discord. This will go into rules and mechanics. Here you guys go. Okay, that's a 9. So with you bumping it, let's see. All right, the ball comes over, being served by Triffany. You bump it into the air, and you're ready to do your next move. So you won't automatically succeed since you didn't get a 10+ on the bump, but you're ready to do a volley or a setup for somebody else, or you could try to spike it immediately. It's your call. As an additional note, since you're allowed to use your powers, that basically means, like, let's say you want to use your gravity powers to spike instead of the regular spike roll. What would happen then is that you could use your superpower label to roll instead, but if you get a negative, you will basically have the negatives of the move stacked with, like, unleash your powers, for example. So you could lose control of your powers, and it could also be a detriment to your team. So it's a risk-reward situation, but the option's there for all of the moves. So we'll contextualize it when you tell me what you're wanting to do with the ball.
Hang on, I'm reading all of this and I'm processing all of this.
Mhm.
This is like, I don't understand sports to begin with.
It's
so
okay.
I'm just...
To aid you, since you just bumped it, you caught it, you saved it, you're ready to volley it over to the other side. You can set it up for someone else to do a move, or you can try to spike it and try for an immediate point.
Don't worry about it, Nicole. I'm also over here not knowing how volleyball works, and I just made my character super confident, so I'm just...
Let's see. I guess I'll just do a regular volley.
Okay. And you want to just do it normally, or are you wanting to use your gravity powers with it?
Well, if I use my gravity powers, there's a chance of losing control of my powers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not worth it right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe later, but not right now.
Yeah, okay. Then roll
So-
plus danger. Okay. That is a 7 on the volley. So it's going to go towards a random enemy and wear them down a little bit, giving them -1 towards the ball. Let me roll a 1d3, and it'll go top to bottom. 2. Okay. So Triffany sets it up and sends it over the net. You bump it into the air, volley it back over, and it goes towards Triffany. She ends up bumping it again and is going to set up for... she's going to set up for you, Lily.
Hell yeah.
So she sends it over to you. You have +1 against the ball with whatever you want to do for it, but you have to either volley or spike. If you pass it back to another teammate, you can give them a big bonus, but they have to try to catch it, and if they don't, then you guys will just lose a point.
Lily will absolutely see Triff setting up to set it to her, and she will run up and she will try to spike it.
Okay, cool. Roll me plus danger, unless you want to use your powers in some way.
No, I will roll danger.
Okay.
Is +1, you said?
Yes.
Wow.
Ooh, that's a miss.
Hmm.
All right.
You get the mark potential then.
Yeah, you do. You spike it over towards their side, and Joey, you slide in, and you're like, oh wait, that's not good, and you actually manage to bump it back into the air towards Lily. So, Lily, roll to take a powerful blow. Actually, yeah, because that was from PCs. So actually, yeah, since it's being bumped
I would
to
love
you,
to. I would love to roll for it, honestly.
Yeah,
I was
so-
totally gonna ask if I could try to slide in there.
Yeah, since it's being hit towards you, you roll a danger roll for me, and we will see how well this goes
Got it.
as you hit it back.
All right, let's see. Whoa.
Oh my god!
Ooh.
Okay,
Joey's great at volleyball.
Joey's
I'm so
great at
sorry.
volleyball.
I am so sorry.
Let's see.
Oh, Lily.
Yeah,
Lily's
you-
low-key Joey's nemesis.
so you can so you can choose which enemy it goes towards and give them -1 against the ball. So who do you want to hit the ball towards as you jump in the air and catch this and hit it back towards them?
Who am I hitting it towards? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Yes, you get that.
Oh,
you get
okay.
that choice.
Okay, got it. Honestly, I'm trying to hit it like towards like the middle-ish here. I'm trying to make it so Triffany has to go for it.
Okay, yeah, you hit it off to the side as Lily like lands on the other side of the net, and you hit it over towards Triffany, which she ends up bumping it, and she's been worn down again, as she is going to set it up this time for Evan. He'll jump in the air, and his arm tendrils come out and basically help him just give more force as he goes to spike it. So, basically that's left up to you or Kathleen, Nicole, to try to bump or interject this ball. So, roll a savior for me, Nicole. Unless you want to let Kathleen handle it.
I'm gonna roll a savior. This is coming from Evan, so I have to do my best.
You've got to try.
I've got to
Yes! Yes, I
And-
love it.
try. Ooh.
Ah.
Let me see. Yeah, so you were going in to interject before Kathleen could. You don't make it in time as Kathleen teleports over here and bumps it into the air and then just like sets it up for you. And she's like, here you go!
Okay.
And then she
Thanks.
teleports back behind you guys again.
Okay, so now I guess
Exactly.
I'll just roll to volley again.
And yes, but this time you have -1 against it.
Okay.
Actually, hold on. She set it up for you, so you actually have 0. It's a net even.
Okay, so I just roll danger, just regular.
Yes. And do you want... I need to keep asking. Are you going to try to spike it, or just volley it in general?
I'm gonna try to just volley it. I'm not confident enough to spike it yet.
Alright. Then it'll go towards a random enemy and give them -1 towards the ball. It's that 1d3 again. Okay. So that's going to be volleyed over towards you, Lily, as Alex gets it served to her. She hits it through the air. It seems like she's not super in control of her form at the moment, and she hits it wildly and it flies over towards you. How will you react to the ball?
Lily's mad that she kind of fucked up her very first move after repeatedly telling people that she used to be good at volleyball. So she is going to grit her teeth. Can I, if I'm -1, can I still like set it, or do I have to roll for that?
Okay, so let's see. Earlier you had it hit against you, and that's why you have the -1, did you say?
Well, you just said it was -1 because she just volleyed it to me.
That's right, that's right. So yes, right now you're going to have -1 against bumping it, and then you can set it after.
Okay. So what is bump? Savior.
Savior?
I have to do that.
You could also try to use your powers.
I would prefer to use my powers for sure.
Okay.
I would want one of the ghosts that are around here, since they're on the field, to bump it instead.
Okay. Then roll me a freak roll to alter the environment in a way.
Okay.
Yo! Yeah, so they bump it so well, like, the ball goes over towards you, and you're like, oh, it's not really gonna make it, I'm not gonna make it in time because it's going behind me. One of your ghosts bumps it for you, and basically, like, sets it up for you, for an immediate success on your next set or volley.
Yeah, I'm gonna have it be set over to Evan, and as it's going over to him, Lily's just gonna like shout out through gritted teeth, "Back to me!"
Okay, yeah, you immediately set it up for him. He gets it, and he's like, all right. So he bumps it in the air, bats it back over to you as he, like, you know, moves back, and you guys are passing it between each other. The ball's, like, glowing with power, and it comes over to you. So, you can now roll danger. Hold on. Right? Yes? Yes. Roll danger to make sure you can catch this ball and prepare it for your next move, which would grant you a +2.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
class.
Yep. It comes over to you. You're ready to get it, and you just barely miss as the ball hits the ground. And Coach Braun blows the whistle for the first point for left team.
Yay!
All right. You guys get back into your positions. Evan's just like, hey, you'll get it next time. And then, since you guys lost that point, you guys get to serve it up. And Trifly just says, hey, do either of you want to serve, or shall I do it again?
You can serve, Trif.
Okay. And she spins around on her heel, and then she makes a move as if she's jumping, and she just flies really high into the air, and then serves it down at, between Joey and Alex. So what do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna let Joey get it, because
Okay.
she did really good last time.
I'll go for it.
All right. Roll Savior for me, then.
Let's see how this goes.
Oh, dear!
Oh dear!
Yeah, you like wheel over, and you kind of like slip and fall to the ground as you try to make a little too quick and precise of a movement. Alex, it's up to you. You gotta bump the ball or it's just gonna hit the ground.
Bump it!
Bump it.
Roll me that Savior roll. Nicole.
I'm doing it.
There you
Ooh.
go. Ooh.
Ooh.
All right.
Success.
You bop it into the air, and you can immediately succeed on your next set or volley.
I'm just gonna volley it back across.
All right. Then you bop it over, and who do you want to hit it towards?
I want to hit it. Ooh, I don't know. Which one is our most disadvantaged player? Is it Triffany?
It was, but then the round reset.
Oh, okay. Then it doesn't really matter. So I'll just throw it back towards Evan.
Okay. Yeah, you hit it towards the
He's
air towards Evan, giving him -1 as he has to bump it. And he's going to set it up for you, Lily. As Triffany's still, like, flying in the air over here.
Okay.
So you have +1 against the ball. You can either...
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I forgot that for some reason I was thinking he would roll. Yeah, she will attempt once again to spike it.
All right.
Running up to the net. That is danger. And +1.
Mm-hmm. Yo!
Thank you, God. Thank you.
Yeah, after having, Alex hits it off towards Evan, he bumps it, serves it up to Lily, and Lily immediately, bumps it herself, moves forward, slams it, and spikes it right in front of and between Joey and Alex, who, having just moved, neither are ready for it. And after it spikes and hits the ground and bounces away, Pixel teleports over and is like, oh man! And Coach Braun blows the whistle, and you guys are neck and neck at 1-1. Kathleen teleports back over. This time, your team gets to serve left team.
Can I serve?
Yeah, go right on ahead.
Go for it!
Alright, what do I need to roll for serving?
Alright, to serve it, you're basically just gonna volley it, or you could, set it up for one of your teammates.
I'm gonna set it for Kathleen because she hasn't gotten to do anything yet.
Okay, go for it. So actually, yeah, I said go for it. You don't have to roll for setting unless it's coming back to you. So you set it up for Kathleen, and she bumps it in the air, and she's like, ha ha ha, what do I do with it now? Here you go!
volley.
And she's gonna set it up for you, Joey. So roll danger to catch it.
Oh, great. Yeah. Okay. She's setting it up. Can I try to spike it?
You have to, so first roll danger to see if you catch it.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
she's catching you by surprise by doing this. Nope, she sets it up for you, she catches you by surprise, and it just hits the ground.
Aw, man.
Coach Braun blows her whistle and says, alright, 2 points for the right team. Evan comes over and gives you both a high five real quick before running back over. Just because. Kathleen's like, oh,
Wait.
sorry.
It's alright.
I'm gonna try to serve it. Is that cool?
Yeah.
When Evan came over, Lily's gonna say in a hushed tone, "I'm about to win this. Watch this shit."
wait, what do you say that to Triffany?
To like Evan when he comes over to high five, and Triffany, I mean she's close enough.
Yeah, you're just like, alright, let's fucking win this. Yeah, so Joey, you are ready to serve it. You can either volley or set it up for somebody.
I'm going to set it up for Alex.
Okay.
Alright.
Then Alex, the ball is set up for you, comes over, and you get +1 on what your next move is, but it's got to be a volley or a spike. Or you can try to
Okay.
set it up for somebody else, but then they have to catch it.
I'm gonna go ahead and take the chance and try to spike it and see if I can even the score back out.
Okay, do you want to use your powers or do a regular spike?
Remind me what the options are if I use my powers.
You basically would roll with Freak instead of Danger, but if you get a bad roll, then the negative effects will stack.
I'm gonna go ahead and try it with my powers.
Alright, you're gonna give some gravity onto the ball itself and make it fly extra fast towards the ground.
Yes.
Alright, roll plus Freak for me. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you jump up in the air as it was served to you, and you hit it with such gravitational force that it goes almost straight into the ground and creates a crater in the floor here. Which Coach Braun blows the whistle and says, "It'll buff out. Point to the left team." And you guys are all even now after that harsh spike to bring you guys back up to being tied.
Alright.
And Evan comes up to Triff and he's like, "Hey, I got it this time." And she nods. Moves back over here. And Evan looks over to you, Lily, and nods to you.
Lily nods back.
You guys all get set up. And as Coach Braun blows the whistle, Evan is going to set it up for you, Lily.
Lily, as she's running up to the net and jumps into the air to like spike it, I'm gonna use my dark visions
Okay.
to see what spot, or like I want to aim it somewhere here to where like all three of them would be, or like somewhere where all three of them will for a moment think the other one's gonna get it. to cause momentary confusion where it's perfectly split between them.
You basically are like trying to find the spot where it's like, okay, this is the best spot to hit it towards to confuse them.
Yeah.
Okay. You can use your dark visions, and you can see that just like hitting it far enough back in the middle of all of them, like you can see that Joey and Alex get confused, and in basically all of the timelines you're looking through with your dark visions, you can see that like in most of these situations where these two get confused, Kathleen will end up bumping it, but she doesn't know what to do with it. So that seems to be your best bet here.
Okay, then I will hit it for that.
Okay. So are you spiking it or are you volleying it specifically?
I'm trying to spike it.
Okay. Then yeah, go for it.
Would Echo see this, or is this like one thing where he wouldn't see it? The one thing.
That's a really good question, and I'll think about the answer for the next one.
Kapow.
Kapow!
Holy shit!
Yeah, you peer through the veil, and with your dark visions, look through a bunch of different timelines, and you find the one spot where it's so close to Kathleen that, you know, it seems like she overshoots her teleport, and Joey and Alex are both like, whoa, wait, what? Because, you know, they're not used to these high-intensity games like you are. So you spike it through the air, maybe not even realizing you put a little extra oomph into the ball as it, you know, slams into the court and bounces away, and immediately scores you guys the final point. And Coach Braun blows the whistle and says, "There it is, right team wins." And, you know, yeah, idle clapping from the stands, but Evan whoops and comes over and gives you a high five.
When Lily landed, she immediately gave like a shout of victory and a fist pump. She was taking this very seriously for just a random pickup game.
Yeah. Evan's like, hell yeah. Triffany, you know, flies over to you guys and says, "Haha, are we doing another round? Was that the end?"
Not sure who won.
Oh goody. And she claps her little hands together. Pixel teleports over here and says, "Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't be of more use, guys."
That's no problem. We all made our mistakes in the game.
Oh, you guys are really good at volleyball, though. I think.
I'm alright.
And then she just kind of chuckles to herself, and then she teleports over here onto the stands and has her arms around Terry and Echo.
I think we did a pretty good job.
Yeah, you did good, Joey.
Thanks.
And just kind of walks back, trying to join everybody.
Yeah.
And Evan, after, you know, having a celebratory thing, which actually you're sharing a celebration with these characters. Are there any celebration moves you want to do, Deko?
The one celebration move I have to spend team from the pool, and I don't think we have.
You do
team
actually.
in the pool.
You have one team by default.
Wow.
We probably aren't gonna do anything else this session. There's probably not gonna be a villain that shows up. So yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh, Ethan chuckles evilly.
Yeah, no, your villain.
Yes, Lily will rejoice in a victory in a game that makes her feel a little more normal, since it's what she used to do.
See, you're sharing this triumphant celebration with people, and what are you doing with this?
I Oh yeah, I give them influence over me. I feel like, especially if we're about to be on the same team, I think it makes sense that Lily would give influence to Evan.
Okay. Yeah.
Plus, I've said before, she thinks he's probably the coolest kid in school, which means she wants to interact with him to be cool adjacent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then of course you can clear the box on your Doom track after using your visions, which is really funny to me. Yeah, that victory went great. And of course Evan is like hyping you up and is like, yeah, you really are good at volleyball. I'm glad that I set that one up for you.
Hell yeah. Should have gotten that first one though.
Hey, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, right?
I would have liked to have started good too.
He chuckles at that. And Joey's walking up to you guys.
Good job, guys. Really good at volleyball, Lily. You said so, but it's good. Cool to see you play.
You were also good at volleyball, which was weird to see.
Thanks. I didn't expect that either. Next time playing it.
It was
Just
a
thought it
very
would-
fun game.
Thought it would be good to have an even team.
If you weren't already planning on that whatever club for people who don't know things thing, I would invite you to, or I would push you to join here too, since you seemed pretty good at it. But
You guys are starting a club? Evan peeks up.
Yeah, I'm gonna be starting one for people who are kind of not from around here, or people who are still getting used to Earth's culture and stuff. It's gonna be called the Universal Friends Gathering.
Oh, hey, hell yeah, that sounds great. You guys have ideas about who you want to join the club, or are you just kind of putting it out and leaving it to be open?
I think I'm gonna leave it open and then allow different people to maybe want to speak and talk on things. I could help out other people. I mean, a lot of people don't even really know how sports like this work, so...
Yeah, that can be pretty hard. Well, hey, I mean, if you guys ever if you guys don't mind too much, maybe I'll come by and say hi.
No, that'd be great. You could stop by and teach some people how volleyball works.
Well, it was nice seeing you guys here. I was actually surprised a bunch of people from class came by. It was nice playing the game with you guys. I guess now I'll probably head around the school and check out a few different clubs.
you think you're gonna join the volleyball team?
Oh yeah, I definitely think so.
Good, for sure.
You think you're gonna join?
Oh, of course, probably.
Nice.
Can I roll some sort of insight on
Uh,
this interaction? Like, I know not insight, but I just the fact
but
that Lily
pierce the
wants to pierce the mask on like Lily wants to hang out with Evan.
mhm.
Evan is also going to hang out and see clubs. This is what Joey does. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Go ahead and pierce the mask for me.
I'll try my best. You never know.
Oh
do it.
dear. You-
What's the bad thing that happens when you pierce the mask?
I just get to say what you think.
Okay.
You're trying to evaluate their interaction here, and you're like, is this what flirting is? Are these two flirting? I think they might be flirting.
Oh no.
That's what you think is going on.
She's gonna start a counter rumor after last
Alright.
episode.
She's gonna be like, so do you want to come with us then? And I mean, we're going to different clubs too.
I'll probably just, drift around the school and see what interests me. Not that I don't want to hang out with you guys, but, I've just been playing a lot of games with a lot of people today. Just kind of want to chill for a bit.
All right. He
Yeah.
kind of does almost like an eye roll and does the weird thing where whenever someone just looks at two people over and over again before they walk away.
Yeah.
She does that.
Okay. Yeah, you do that, and then you walk away, and Evan, looks at you while you do this, and then watches you walk away, and he's like, alright, well, yeah, it was cool playing a game with you guys, glad we won. I'll
Yeah, it was fun.
see you guys around soon. And he gives you guys a wave and then heads off. And it seems like, he had already talked to Coach Braun before, so he kind of seems content with leaving after, giving Coach Braun a wave and being like, hey, I'll make it to the tryouts, and she's, gives him a nod as he heads out.
Yo,
Alex,
Trip.
did you see that?
Yes.
Did you guys see that?
I'm going.
No,
Hang on.
I'm.
What's Joey saying? Go ahead.
Did you guys see that?
See what?
What?
Lily and Evan were totally flirting.
Were they?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're totally flirting with each other.
Is there any way we can like use the rumor mechanic to start a rumor?
That is exactly. I'm doing that. I'm telling Kathleen.
Yeah, rumors are very easy to start. You just
Oh god, yeah, Kathleen seems like tripping on crack.
Yeah.
She's like, wow, that's so juicy. Hey, did you guys hear
Oh.
about? She's like
Oh, the
trying to
rumors
go
started
around.
getting-
She's going around asking people and seeing if they saw it too.
What'd you say, Kai?
I was wondering where the rumors are, or where I found them. So.
Man, we didn't roll for rumors.
Oh yeah, there's no set time. You can just roll for them whenever you want to.
What is it?
Do that.
Uh,
I'm sitting here with Terry too, and Alex and stuff. I'm like,
Yeah, whenever you want to roll to see what rumors are in the rumor mill, basically you just roll mundane, and then on a hit, I share the juiciest rumor bouncing around school. 10 plus, you can ask a follow-up question about it, and on a
Yeah.
miss, the rumors are about you.
okay, I want to ask Kathleen about if she knows about anyone else flirting.
Okay, yeah, sure.
careful with the rumors, though. You can shift people's labels if you fail.
Yep, that's true. Your labels can be shifted. 10 plus.
I have no idea how I rolled that because I am not good at mundane tasks.
Let's see. You're asking about who else has been flirting?
Who else is
Dude,
dating? Who's
Just
secretly
think of
dating?
two
I
random
don't
NPCs in
know.
our class, Ethan. Make it canon.
Please make it canon.
Hold on.
Give me
Let me open up the rumor mill here.
Yeah.
And that's like one of those like tack boards, like the red string,
Yeah.
just for this.
Let's see.
We have 16 members in our fucking class. Roll a d16 to decide. Get like fucking Lawrence and fucking Mirage.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, let me look around. Who's been flirting?
I really do love the idea of Lily and Evan just being like, yeah, I'll see you at volleyball, yeah. And Joey being like, I'll give you your space. Oh my god, you guys. Separate.
I have so many NPCs to look through. Let's see. I'm not gonna go with outwardly flirting, but I'm gonna be with like, what's the rumor mill saying about like who might be interested in each other? Let me see here. As I leaf through this. Yeah, you actually hear Kathleen starts going off and talking about two of the students that are in her class. A Haley, actually, which you guys know now. She mentions that it seems like Haley might have something going on with a girl named Gloria in their class.
Ooh.
And you get a follow-up.
I was late to the ooh. Oh yeah, I get a follow-up question because I got the full hit.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a follow-up question about that
Yes.
specifically?
Yes.
And decide, I'm like, are they trying to keep it a secret?
When you ask if they're trying to keep it a secret, Kathleen shrugs.
If this is
She shrugs and she says, I don't know if they're trying to keep it a secret, but it seems kind of one-sided.
whoa, what do you? I wish I asked about that.
No, yeah, I'll give you that answer.
Yeah.
She says, because the first one didn't really have an answer to it because of this. She says, yeah, it seems like I mean I think that Gloria seems really interested in Haley, but Haley doesn't really seem interested in anything.
We need to find this Gloria.
I'm typing this into the Star Heights Academy thing, by the way.
Thanks. Sounds kind of sad. It's not what dating should be like.
Okay, there we go. Let's see. Did anybody else roll, or was it just Joey so far?
I think it was just Joey.
Okay. Does anybody else want to take a chance?
I do, but I'm trying to think of a way to justify it in canon.
Ethan, question.
Yeah.
Because this is going to probably inform future RPs. Did you figure out if I should roll for that spying or not?
Roll to. Thank you for reminding me. Roll to assess the situation, and you can ask questions.
Also, I want to say when Pixie like poofed over by Echo, he literally screamed a bit.
When you did that, she said, "That's a really weird way of saying hi" before disappearing. Olivia also, when you screamed, had scooted away from you a little bit. Seems off-put by the scream.
Like you in full survival instinct.
Harry would go up here after that. It's like quiet distance.
Superior?
Yes.
Nope.
That's a miss. Yeah, you can't gather anything from what was going on.
It was her. When she teleported over, she fucked with his concentration.
Yeah, she got in the way of you concentrating on the game. And concentrating on what you were thinking about the game. Because you had like a line of thought, and then she teleported over and canceled it out, and you were like, ah, damn it, what was I thinking? I was onto something. Fuck!
Yeah, I was on no! He's like, fuck!
You were so close to cracking the case wide open.
Damn you, Pixel!
Yeah, after Pixel was teleporting around asking people if they had heard about it, she was like, I don't know. I don't think anybody else noticed. I think just we noticed. About Lily and Evan, I should say. And then, of course, you guys, you went on to ask her about rumors of other people, which she starts blathering on about. And she's like, yeah, it's really unfortunate. And then she teleports away, and she teleports in front of these two.
Echo's giving her the side eye.
Hey, how are you guys doing? You're both really quiet.
Good.
And she looks to Olivia and is like, you seem really nervous. You seem really nervous. Why do you seem nervous? I don't know what'll make you feel better. And she grabs onto her, and they both poof and light and end up over here. She pushes Olivia towards you guys gently. She's like, hey, there you go. She was seeming kind of nervous over there. I thought I'd bring her to her friends.
Well, that's very nice of you.
She moves behind you, Lily. Now she's just hanging out over here. Yeah, you guys have got free reign. You can leave whenever. You can look for rumors if you want. And you can do whatever.
Yo, Kathleen.
Yeah.
You seem like a sociable person, a social butterfly.
I don't know what that means, but probably. I like butterflies.
You talk a lot and you seem to move around a lot.
Oh yeah.
Hear anything interesting? You know, rumors wise?
Yeah, roll for rumors.
What?
Oh dear! You know what's the funniest thing? I heard a rumor about you! Yeah, I heard that you and Evan were like a thing or like flirting or something.
What? Fucking what?
Yeah.
What? What? No.
Really? You guys would be cute together.
Yeah, like, I guess, but like, no.
Oh.
We aren't actively doing that.
Oh man. Well, that's...
Where did you hear? How many people are talking about this? What?
I don't know, but I heard it from Joey, and she points over to Joey.
I just spit out my drink all over the
Why would Joey? Is this revenge?
What's
Fair
revenge?
game. What? Who asked that?
Oh, Pixel did.
You don't know what revenge is?
Not really. It sounds bad though.
Where do you come from?
Not here. I'm from another world.
Okay. You know, I guess that's on me. Rude of me to not have asked that when you were sitting with us at lunch.
It's okay.
I can't explain revenge. Just look it up. Look, Google it.
What's
It's like
Google?
I don't know. It's I mean, you get someone back for something. What's Google? We have.
She looks enamored.
You guys
She looks in
talk to
awe.
her.
She looks in awe.
You guys talked to her, and she just leaves Kathleen with Triff and Olivia.
Triffany starts explaining and like getting her caught up on these things, and Olivia seems to try to help.
Lily just sits down next to Joey.
Hey, Lily.
Hey Joey. Hey Alex.
Hey,
Terry would wave, and then just keep sitting here.
Which club are we going to now? I think that the only person who hasn't chose is Terry.
Yeah. No, so when Echo saw her coming over, he's like, "Oh, we gotta get out of here." And he looks at Terry and goes, "Hey, you wanted to say you wanted to go do chemistry? Was that it?
Oh, it's a passing interest.
Let's go that way."
Sure. Terry would just... He'd kind of notice the vibe. He's not gonna look and he's not gonna use his powers or anything to check. But he's just gonna leave the situation because he's tired.
Okay. Yeah, you're grabbed by Echo as he runs off. You guys want to try to follow Echo?
yeah,
I mean,
I'll follow.
yeah, I feel like we'd follow, so I was asking.
Of course.
You're like, oh, we're leaving. Deka, what were you saying?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, Echo's like, oh, we're all together. Okay, let's go. And then just leaving. As you guys are getting up, you whistle and call for the girls, and they come running. You guys are all gonna get out of here.
Lily's
Oh.
just peering at the back of Joey's head as we're walking.
No!
War.
Civil war.
Oh yeah. While they're in like the halls and walking through the school, Terry would be on the listen for information. So could I roll for rumors and fail?
Yeah, roll
And
for
fail.
rumors. Roll for rumors.
I know me. I know myself.
Oh
Nice.
no!
Yeah, you're sadly as you're keeping an ear out, you're like, yeah, people are talking a lot. It seems like Terry. It seems like the rumor about you is just kind of it's still going around. People are still talking about your history, talking about you being a bad boy and all. But it seems like people are kind of giving you stink eyes in the hallway. It seems like general consensus is people assume you're just a bad person.
Yeah.
You're like, yep, that's cool. Good.
Nothing's
moral.
changed.
But yeah, you guys are moving down the hallway, and you eventually reach this point. Reason you're here, of course. You make your way towards one of the science labs, since Terry seemed interested in the chemics club, and you eventually find the room you're looking for. And you open the door to enter, seeing you inside. Bam.
Oh no, Lord!
On entering,
boy.
you can see Catalyst is supervising a handful of students who are mixing various chemicals together. They're all doing different things, so they seemingly have no specific task and are just experimenting. You guys are free to enter and do as you wish.
Echo would push Terry in front.
Yeah, Terry would just be walking there anyway. Oh great.
As you guys
It's a
walk in,
scary nurse person.
as you guys walk in, Catalyst turns around and says, "Ah, welcome students to the Chemics Club. Please make yourselves feel at home."
Echo sees this guy, goes to turn around and leave, and bumps into Lily.
Lily actually, I was about to say Lily is actually also turning around to leave. Just
Yeah.
like, you know,
You're both just pushing out the door like, get us out of here, get us out of here.
this
We're
isn't
good.
my station.
We'll wait outside.
Yep. I'll just hang back here.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh boy, this looks fun!
Oh.
Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get away from me!
Oh no!
Seems like she's bothering Lawrence now as you guys walk in.
Yeah.
So yeah, where do you want to go?
I assume like these are just empty like lab stations,
Yep.
and it's just free. Like there's not really like club activities, just free reign sciencing.
Yeah, you can basically, it seems the gist is like you can talk with Catalyst and just sort of use this lab to experiment.
Okay. Nice. More fear slime. More fear slime.
Fierce slime.
The applications are endless. The applications are endless, but before that, gotta go help the homie.
Yeah, you walk over and you see that that Pixel here. I keep bouncing between Kathleen and Pixel. They're both equally applicable. Pixel is kind of messing with Lawrence, just being like, "Oh, what does this do? Why are you mixing these together? These are really pretty." And he's like, "Stop it! You're gonna make something explode." Hey, could you get her away from me? She's really annoying.
Oh, sure. Hey, we haven't met, have we? I'm Terry. What's your name?
Oh, hold on.
He direct this towards Pixel.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh," poofs over here and is like sitting on the counter as she like turns you around with her hands and shakes her hand. And she's like, "Hi, my name's Kathleen, but you can call me Pixel. It's my hero name, or maybe my regular name. I don't really know."
Oh. All right. Hello.
I hope she leaves the room. I don't like her.
It'll be fine, Lawrence.
Shut up.
You see he's mixing a bunch of chemicals together, but it seems like he's adding a few of his own magical ingredients in order to shift them into alchemics instead of just chemistry, which are kind of the same thing, just using different types of ingredients. But yeah, he's just kind of putting some stuff together, and he seems to have a method to his madness, but it still seems like he's kind of confused about what he's doing. Yeah, also true, Will.
Default expression.
And then after shaking Kathleen's hand, she poofs over here to see what this person's doing. Lawrence sighs and says, "Thanks, Terry."
Oh, always happy to help.
He
Lawrence,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
would you be interested in some collaborative research in the future?
Maybe. I mean, what about?
Applications of fear and my own powers.
Oh, shit, that sounds terrifying. Sure.
Be looking forward to it. I'll be back.
Okay.
We're currently
cool.
just browsing through all the clubs.
Sweet. Oh yeah, I'll probably be here. I wasn't actually even gonna come check out any of the clubs, but they said there was a lab, so like, hell yeah. I'm trying to see if I can make those goo monsters I made last week, but I'm not having any luck. I don't know what I did to make that happen.
Well, I'm sure you'll figure it out.
And as Joey's standing behind you, Lawrence like looks at you, Joey, and is kind of looks at you awkwardly, and he's like just kind of gives you a nod. He's like, "Yeah, hey to you too."
She, like, acts as if she was looking at something else for a second, and she's like, "Huh? Oh, yeah, hi."
Yeah, but yeah, if you want to come back later, Terry, I'll probably still be here. If not, I have a bunch of similar stuff in my dorm room, so we could also just mess with stuff there too. It's whatever.
All right.
Oh, but whatever you do, if you ever do come by my dorm, always knock.
Understood.
Okay, cool. And then he just goes back to messing with all the stuff that's on the table.
Yeah. After that, Terry would go to leave, and he'd just kind of like try and squeeze past Joey.
Yeah, Joey
That's
heads
the
out with
moose
you. And it seems like Kathleen is now enamored with what this girl is doing, and is just like, it's almost like the girl is giving her a tutorial on how to mix these things together. And when you guys are walking out, you look over your shoulder and you see Kathleen has made a colorful poof of smoke come up out of one of the little bottles, and she claps to herself eagerly.
What have I done?
I imagine Joey would take a moment to be like, "Hey, Kathleen, are you coming?" And Kathleen would be like talking 100 miles a minute, and be like, "All right," and turn around and keep following Terry.
Yeah. You guys walk out into the hallway with, everybody that's chatting to each other out here. I see Echo's like against the wall, just sort of chilling out. The girls are talking to each other. Alex, are you talking to the girls, or what are you doing out here?
I kind of have just been kind of like peeking in the door to kind of see what's going on, but not really wanting to go in and deal with Lawrence and everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're kind of hanging out here with Echo as the other two come out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And anything in particular when you come out, or are you just heading to the next destination?
Final destination.
Okay. Let's see here. You've gone basically everywhere you said you wanted to go, except for the Engineers Club. Which Echo's like rubbing his hands together like, yes, finally. So you guys are gonna head that way.
I'm back. Hello.
Welcome back. You're here just in time for us to make our way to the next club area.
No.
The other two had exited the lab, and if you actually look as they come out and you notice, hey, Kathleen isn't with us.
She'll be fine. She'll pop up.
Here we go. Here we go. But yeah, you ask Terry and Joey about it, and it's like, oh, the chemistry club, they got another one. So Kathleen was left behind. Yeah, you make your way to this hallway. And as you actually as you approach the workshop's door, you hear mechanical sounds coming from the other side, likely the sounds of machinery as students are already using the facility.
Echo's eyes are sparkling.
Yeah.
He walks up to the door.
Mm-hmm. Anybody want to go with Echo?
Terry would go.
I'll go with Echo.
Okay. Joe, you want to go into the Engineers Club?
You know who's in there.
Yes.
You know who's in there. We already know.
Yes, I do. I do.
You guys walk forward. And as you walk forward, the door opens for you. And reveals this.
God fucking
You knew it was in there. You knew it.
So, multiple students are sitting at the tables, either drafting blueprints or tinkering with small gadgets. One girl is using what is essentially an advanced 3D printer at the bottom of the room, while a young woman at the back of the room has her head buried in her work, surrounded by screens displaying 3D models in exploded view as she analyzes the parts in her designs. The woman at the top right up here. And yeah, you walk in, there's like, you know, the sounds of tinkering, machines whirring as the 3D printer's going off, and whatnot. And Echo, you feel at home in here.
Oh yeah. Echo's gonna walk over to this is the 3D printer, I assume?
Yep.
He's gonna go to peer at what she's doing.
Yeah, you look at it and it seems like she's making parts for some larger machine, like something she wouldn't be able to build in full here. But as you peer over her shoulder, she looks at you and goes, oh, hey, sorry. And you actually see she's got like this big mechanical pack on her back that she moves out of the way. And she says, hey, so interested in joining the Engineers Club or just here to check it out?
Hi, I'm Echo, and he kind of extends his hand. He's a little shaken because this is all tech that's new to him, and he's like a kid in a candy shop, and he just extends his hand. Echo.
And she chuckles and goes to shake your hand. This is what she looks like, and she says, "Hey, my name's Rhea. Nice to meet you."
What are you making?
I'm making some parts. I'm wanting to try and see if I can put together like a giant battle mech for my final this year.
Oh, Echo thinks that's like the bee's knees. How big is it?
Well, I'm thinking about it. Right now I'm thinking like 20 feet tall, but I could go higher or lower. I just have to test it out and see what works.
For sure. They have places to test these things, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, like, other than, you know, the mountain ranges on the island itself, we can also just take them to the dome and use them there.
Echo's gears are going. Who leads the charge here?
Oh, that'd be Rochelle in the back, and she gestures to the woman in the top right. She's a second year. She kind of runs the joint, but it's not like the club really has a leader. She's just, you know, she's our upperclassman. So
cool. I specialize in a specific type of tech, and Echo kind of raises his gauntlet.
Oh, well, dang. What is that? If you don't.
It's Magitech, and he kind of extends his hand as he opens a portal to the Sand Realm.
Oh shit, that's cool.
He's grinning ear to ear because he's like, yes, finally. And he closes the portal and smiles. He's like, yeah, I was wondering if I could maybe bring something new to the table here.
Yeah, I mean that sounds cool. I don't think anybody here has ever messed with anything magic before, so that'd be sick. Did you make that yourself?
I modified it. I didn't make it per se.
Oh. So, did you find it then?
Yeah, where I came from a place where there was a lot of junk, and I kind of just tinkered and.
Oh. Well, sick. And she kind of, taps away at the screen a bit more, and she's like, well, I'm kind of in the middle of this right now, but hey, I mean, if you keep coming around, I'd love to hear more about it sometime.
Sure, I'll go check in with, what did you say her name was?
Rochelle.
Rochelle.
Bear in mind, she can be a lot. She's really nice, just she can be a bit much.
What do you mean by that?
She's really passionate about this stuff, that's all.
Oh, that's okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And she goes back to messing with the 3D model that she's kind of putting together here.
I was gonna go walk over towards Rochelle, but
What about the rest of you? As Echo makes his way to the back.
Are there any big pieces of paper, newspapers, anything like that?
What?
I'm immediately trying to cover myself. I can't be recognized, and I can't go in the hallway.
Yeah. Let's see.
Tell me how to hide. We'll turn into a small cube like Kirby does, if I need to.
You just kind of like get close to the floor and you're like, don't let her see me, don't let her see me. And you're like crab walking along.
I'm crab walking against this wall, and I just turn into a metal potted plant.
Yeah, roll freak for me.
Yeah, sure.
Roll to unleash your powers. Yeah, you sit down and very easily turn into like a pot shape, and out of the top you've got like, your arms and hands come out, and you don't look like a potted plant, but you definitely look like some weird like sci-fi furniture. And Terry, you watch this and you're just confused. Where do you want to go, Terry?
This.
Oh, Terry's just
and it
sitting
has
here
a-
watching.
Okay.
There's a single sweat drop on it.
Damn.
Yeah, you guys then, you two make your way to the back here, and you can see the young woman called Rochelle, hitting keys and going away at this computer, just checking out the exploded view of this model, which seems to be some kind of gadget. It seems kind of some kind of like arm gauntlet or something that she's messing with.
As Echo's walking over, he's talking to Alex. He's like, "This is so cool!
Very cool.
What, like, this is neat." He's like,
You come up and she looks over her shoulder and she goes, "Oh, hi!" And she will walk into you, kind of bumps into you a little bit as you're walking forward.
he's like, "Hi, Echo," and he extends his hand.
She shakes your hand. This is her. And she says, "Rochelle Wagner. You can also call me Multitask, though."
Oh, hi, this is Alex with me as well, and he points behind him.
She extends one of her robotic appendages over to you, Alex, and grips your hand and shakes it. And she says, "It's a
Give
pleasure
her-
to meet you guys."
Give her a good handshake back.
With her little
Echo
crab
smiles.
claw.
It's almost like a lobster claw.
Yeah.
Echo kind of smiles at her and he's like, "Hi, I was probably looking to join the club. I do Magitech."
Oh, magic. That's pretty crazy. I would love to hear about some of the stuff that you can make.
Sure, I'd love to. He's so stammered and like red in the face.
Well, listen, if you want to join the club, really not hard at all. Basically what this club is, we don't have any sort of specific form, but we have a lot of labs that are open and available to use to us. And she very quickly pulls out a sheet of paper from the desk, hands it to you, and it seems to be a pretty basic little application form, just like showing interest in being an official part of the roster. And she says, just fill this out, turn it back into me, and we can get you to be a part of the club, and we can really start getting you to start putting some stuff together, see what you can really do.
For sure, I'd love to that. Thank you. And he kind of smiles and extends his hand again. And he realizes he's already done that, and he kind of lowers it. Kind of nods and tucks it away under his poncho, and he smiles to Alex. He's like, Alex, are you gonna join any clubs?
I'm not sure yet. I guess I'll probably go back to that Amazon Society one. I think that'll come in handy for me.
The Amazon
absolutely.
Society. Ugh. Huntress thinks that she's so great, not using any tech, not wearing any armor, any upgraded suits and all. She thinks she's so much better than everyone else. I would not recommend going back. Well, the club is cool. So, go back for the club. The club itself is sick, but I wouldn't put too much value into what she's talking about.
Echo
Just kind of stands there awkwardly, and then she's like, well, to each their own.
Oh, but so your name, you said you were Echo, right?
Yes.
Very interesting name. And you've got quite the attire here. Is this your hero costume?
Oh, no, this is just my regular outfit. I come from a very different realm. This is just what I wear usually. I am working on an outfit.
Oh, you are? Do you mind if I see?
Yeah.
Sure, and he reaches under his poncho and pulls out his book, flips a couple pages, and shows her the drawing.
She kind of scans over and she goes, Oh, this is one of the ones I'm helping out on.
Oh?
Yes, we actually got the design very recently. Well, you would know, you're the one that turned it in.
Yes. But I didn't know you were working on it. That's cool.
Yes, so students that are in the Engineers Club can often be commissioned, if their skills have been shown to be up to par, to work on other students, or at least observe part of the process on making other students' costumes, gadgets, and whatnot. I'm actually working on another student's gauntlet right now.
Oh, is that what that is? And he looks over at the screen.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet that's trying to help him be able to control his powers a little bit more. He's got electricity, really hard to keep it together, but this should hopefully help him direct it and have a little more control.
Echo looks over to Alex for a second and goes, have you ever worked with gravity?
Gravity?
Have you ever worked with gravity?
And she looks over to Alex, and then she moves to, push you out of the way.
No!
Gravity, you say? A very interesting power set. You use gravity to fight, then?
Yes, I do, and I actually was thinking it might help to have a little bit more in my suit to help finally control it.
So you have troubles controlling your powers. You have a hero suit, right?
I do, and I know there's some tech in it already, but I'm sure it could always use a tune-up.
Probably helps you balance with all of the, putting yourself in 0 Gs and all that so you don't get motion sick. I'm sure that there's a lot we could do with you. Maybe some augment to your suit to help you direct your powers a little bit better. But I guess I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So, how do your powers work? Actually, you know what? I'll ask about this later. I'm sure you guys have a lot of clubs that you want to go look at. But by all means, please come to me. She flashes you a business card and slips it into your hand, you too, Echo. And she says, please, by all means, come talk to me about your powers, come talk to me about any gadget or tech you might need, and tell your friends about it. And she gives you a little wink, and she's like, trying to get my cred out here, you know?
Absolutely.
We are going to need to discuss the metal properties, and Echo's going to go, he lists off a bunch of stuff about his outfit.
She starts jotting down notes. She seems as into it as you are.
Oh, he's going on he's going about the metal and any possible, maybe even some Magitech stuff he could add to it, and he's just going on and on and on.
She talks with you about it for a while, bats it back and forth. She's like, yeah, we can do that. And she jots it down a little bit, and she looks down to your legs, and she's like, oh, hey, do you want to maybe design some prosthetics?
Echo kind of pauses and looks down his legs.
I know it's probably really hard to move around in those. We could build you some prosthetics and, really get something that'll be a little easier to move around in.
I've grown accustomed to these. They're kind of just, what I'm used to. If I throw anything on new, it might just mess with my center of balance and I could fall, especially that would be bad. And the fire realm
nowadays are really advanced. I mean, what we would do is we could hook it up to the nerve endings at the bottom of your legs. And basically what it would do is it would allow your brain to control your mechanical legs just how anyone would control their real flesh and blood legs.
That's he seems kind of thrown back by that, but he's like, I'm just kind of used to these. It's kind of like, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Well, okay. Well, hey, if you ever think about it, I'm always here.
Oh, no.
You know me. I'm sure you can tell. I love messing with prosthetics, and her arms clack as if they're giving each other high fives behind her back.
He kind of laughs at that. He goes, yeah, sure. But yeah, I'll get this filled out for you and have it to you when I come to check out my suit.
Hey, I mean, it's a short form. If you want to fill it out now and just hand it to me, by all means. I'd love to have
Sure,
you on board.
Do you have a pen?
And then she flips out a pen and hands it to you.
Ah, you gotta throw him back with that, and he takes it and he turns around and starts writing on the bench.
As you're jotting it down, you're sitting at a table with two other guys. This dude seems to be messing with like little pods or something in front of him, and this dude just seems to be jotting down notes and leafing through a journal of some kind. And I'm gonna show you them I'll show you them if you talk to.
I have to go get food, baby.
Okay. But yeah, you fill out the little application, you hand it back to Rochelle, and she says, "Awesome. Well, of course, like I said, this isn't really a super organized club, but feel free to use the facilities whenever you like. During any free time during school, after school. You'll probably find me or Kinsey around at any given time."
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And she nods and says, "Yeah." And then she...
Wait, which one's Kenzie?
"Oh, that lovely little lady over there." And she gestures to Kinsey over there. She says, "Yeah, I would say she's probably almost as invested in all of this as I am, but it's a close second."
Echo kind of looks over and he kind of waves at Kenzie.
Kinsey looks up at you. Actually, Kinsey does not even look in your direction, but she does wave in response. So it seems like, regardless of the screen in her face, that she has noticed that you're there and waving at her.
That's wild. Echo kind of is off-put by that.
Always observing all of this, by the way. She's just trying to act natural.
Her tail...
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
It seems like she's using her pincers to hold something that she's messing with and trying to build. And her tail was acting as kind of shooting concentrated lasers to sort of weld bits of metal together. But after the tail sort of unfolds a little bit and points itself at you guys. And she says, "So, you guys are maybe joining the Engineers Club? Or I guess only you, since you're the one that filled out the form."
You saw that?
"Oh yeah, I see everything that's going on around me."
Oh. That means you saw Joey. Cool. What are you, is that like a laser, or what is that?
"Yeah, it's a laser. I use it to help me when I'm building stuff."
That's cool. What are you working on? He kind of leans in and looks at it.
What you can see here is it looks almost like some kind of gun, like she's making the outer shell for what looks like a sci-fi laser pistol or something. But she just says, "I'm just messing around, seeing what it turns into."
This looks impressive, actually. Can I see it?
"Oh yeah, it's not that it can do anything yet." And she kind of tosses it to you, and it baps you in the chest. And it seems pretty heavy. And again, there's no machinery in it yet. It seems that she is basically piecing together the outside. And again, seems completely random. Like she's just putting puzzle pieces together to see what fits.
Oh, he'd pull down his goggles and go to just look at the craftsmanship of how well she's made it.
Yeah, it seems super precise. It seems like every angle of metal that has been welded together is perfectly fitted. There's no weird overlaps or creases or anything.
Echo gives a whistle. He's like, "Wow, you're really precise. This is impressive."
"Oh, of course I am. Everything I create is perfect." And then
what have you made?
She turns to you and she says, "What's that on your arm? That looks pretty well made."
This, and he raises his gauntlet and looks and shows her it.
She gets really close to you. She's like, "Ooh, this has some fine craftsmanship on it. Where did you get this? Did you make this?"
I found it, actually. I've just kind of been tinkering with it. But a bit of it is my work.
Well,
it was kind of handed down to me.
That's still pretty impressive. And she puts both of her hands on your arm and starts feeling your arm up. She's like, "This is quite the device here. And what did you say that you mess with? What kind of tech is this?"
It's infused with magic, and I have a friend who helps me with it. He's currently Spark, help.
Spark hops out and hops onto your little forearm and does a pose like he's like, "Hey, bring it on! I'm gonna sock her in the face," and does little playful punches in the air. She says, "So you've got a little spirit that fuels it, like a living energy source. That's really impressive. Who knows what kinds of stuff he could power?
That's very astute of you, actually. He seems a little taken back that she actually pegged Spark as exactly what he is.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you see things out of?
Oh,
I don't know if I should look at your face or.
I've got visual sensors all over my body. It's attached to almost every angle of my little exoskeleton here. You know, I've got my eyes right up on my screen. I want to make sure I'm viewing what I'm working on with precision, but can't let myself, be taken by surprise if anything's going on around me. So, gotta keep an eye out.
Don't take this the wrong way. Are you human?
Well, yeah, I'm human.
Okay. That's impressive.
Do you think I was a robot?
He leans in and uses his goggles to look over her. Damn, that's actually impressive.
Oh, I see what it is. I've got this baggy jacket on, and you can't even see my beautiful face.
No, I can't.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of busy right now, but maybe later we can get together and I can take some of this off and,
Echo goes red right in the face, and he kind of leans back. He goes,
By the way, your friend, her name's Joey, is it? Oh, tell her to come on over here. I don't know why she's hiding like that.
Sorry, who? And Joey, yeah, Joey. And he kind of looks around, and he raises his goggles and looks around for Joey. Could he peg Joey as the plant?
You didn't see her transform. You think there's just a weird piece of furniture.
Actual prop hunt strat. Respect.
Did she come in, or is she in the hall?
No, she came in. She's that weird piece of furniture over there. Pretty impressive that she was able to turn into that, by the way. I don't know how she was able to do that.
I really want, with a quickness, as soon as she says that, Joey just turns into the thing and does a Scooby-Doo run out the door.
just turning until you just flop over and crawl out the door.
Yeah, I do want it to be very, very bad. I don't want it to look graceful whatsoever. Joey's, this is not her day.
You crawl out the door and Kenzie's shoulders or slump. She's like, oh, is she running away? Man, they always do that.
Well, why would she be running away?
Oh, I don't know. I was talking to her earlier and wanted to, see what makes her tick. And I don't know, maybe she took that the wrong way. But hey, maybe later me and you can talk. Maybe you can bring Joey back. We can all have a little talk together. I'd love to see what makes all of your guys' tech tick, really. I mean, it's some impressive stuff. I can't believe I didn't know you guys were going here. I mean, just this thing on your arm, and even these goggles look pretty impressive. They're not just regular goggles, I can tell.
No, they serve a number of functions. I can see in other realms with these.
That is insane. That's crazy. How?
Spark helps me. He does the work, and I
wait. Hold on. She looks down to your gauntlet and she feels it over. She's like, you can see in other dimensions. Is this goggle related to these? Are these goggles related to your gauntlet at all?
Yeah, actually. And he kind of extends his hand, and to her right, he would open a small portal to the Sandrum.
Oh, that is crazy. That's insane. I don't even know how that's possible. Man, magic is pretty weird.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. And he closes the portal. And he kind of smiles. But yeah, we could, exchange notes and talk. I'm not sure about. And he looks over back to the door where Joey gracefully exited. I don't know how much Joey is gonna be interested. She's a bit personal and just a bit skittish. She.
Well, listen, if she seems like, maybe she's calmed down a little bit, I would love to talk to her again, because I'm sure, I might have said some things that were a little forward. I'd love to apologize for that, and I would love to talk to you guys sometime. I mean, it's crazy that we all go to the same school. We gotta make these opportunities, really matter, Make some connections.
I'll I'll talk to her about it.
Cool. And hey, I would love to talk to you sometimes too. Just really, this Magitech stuff, maybe I could dabble in it a little bit with you. We'll see. We could do some collaboration. Might be cool. Hey,
sure.
Don't forget I'm around. Come see me sometime.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just joined the club actually, and he points behind him too.
Oh, you joined the club. Very good. I'm glad I'm going to be seeing you around then. And she still seems like really up in your business and is just like super close to you, like touching and messing with your goggles and just seems to not have any like semblance of personal space.
He's kind of leaning back a bit. He doesn't want to be rude and say no, but he's like leaning back and he's like, hey, Alex, is there anything you want to do or should we get heading out?
I think we should head out for now.
Yes.
Oh, that's a bummer.
You'll see me around.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
we'll
cool.
be back.
All right, well, I'll see you guys around. She
Bye.
gives you a wave where she's like doing each individual finger. You know, she's giving like that kind of a wave. Like, all right, bye-bye.
Echo adjusts his goggles to make them comfy on his head. And he's like red in the face. He just lets out some air. He's like, oh, you...
As you walk by this table, both of the guys that are sitting at this table chuckle at your expense.
He is. It goes redder in the face. Echo is so red.
As you're leaving the room, you hear this guy go, "What a loser."
Oh no.
Oh no!
This dude does not reciprocate, but he chuckled on his own before that happened.
Echo just kind of hides his face.
Would Terry have heard that?
Yeah.
Okay, he does like thing where he points to his own eyes and he points to that guy, and then he stares at him for a second, and then he leaves.
Terry, what a bro!
You guys come out. I want to say whenever Joey did that, she like fell out the door. She's on the ground. And I don't know if there was a moment where she was just on the. There was a moment where she just kind of fell out here,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know if Lily was trying to say anything to her.
You just stumbled out of the door. I feel like Lily, Triff, and Olivia were just like on their phones shooting the shit, just waiting for you guys to be done. And as you come out, Lily just looks to you like, okay, why are you crawling?
There's this really creepy person that I met at lunch today, and they just are kind of dead set on, I guess, like, doing some sort of experiments on me and finding out what makes me tick, is what they said.
That's weird. So why are you crawling is the question I asked.
Well,
Why
I
you
pretended to be a
walk?
plant so that they wouldn't notice me. I tried to be a plant, and then they did notice me, so then I had to go. But I kind of, like, just tripped a little bit on the way out.
That all seems very normal, yeah.
Yeah, I know what it's like to try to hide from people and have it not go very well.
Oh, Olivia.
Really? Because I feel like all day I've just been trying to hide from people.
Yeah, it
What
can
do you-
be
what
kind
do
of hard.
What do you do whenever you have these kinds of days?
Well, I have these kinds of days every day. I don't really like it when people see me. I'm basically always hiding, because I'm just terrible, and everything around
Olivia,
me
that
I
is
make
not
worse.
true. Olivia.
All right. Well, I was just trying to use a team move. When I share a vulnerability or weakness.
Yeah, go for it. Go. Share vulnerability. Or
Their
weakness.
response really confused me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna shift my freak up and my mundane down.
There you go. That makes sense.
Ow!
Lily lowers her phone and puts a hand on Olivia's shoulder. Come on, don't say that shit. Come on. Drift, back me up here.
Yes, you are wonderful, Olivia. Please do not feel so bad about this. Why do you think you make everything worse? I just do. I don't want to, but I tend to just make things worse.
You haven't made anything worse since I've been hanging out with you.
Olivia just kind of like, you know, the sort of timid thing where she like rubs the toe of her shoe on the ground and looks down. She's like, well, thank you. I mean, you make everything around you better, so it's hard to make things worse when you're around. You're pretty good at things.
I mean, that's true, but you're also not bad at things. We don't cancel each other out, because you're not making things worse. So together, we're just making things better all the time.
He's still kind of holding on to Olivia's initial advice.
Meanwhile, you guys come out into the hallway, and Olivia has taken your words and seems very emotionally impacted by them, and she starts crying. You guys all make it out here, and you see Olivia crying, and everyone's standing around her.
Echo's red in the face, and he sees Olivia, and he's like, "Oh," he kind of looks at Terry and Alex.
Harry just shrugs. He doesn't know.
Was that girl weird, or was it just me?
It was a little intense.
Yeah, a little weird.
Forward.
Yeah. Joey,
Yeah.
she still wants to take you apart.
No.
Why would you tell her that?
Why would you let me know again?
To be fair, though, she did want to apologize.
I don't know if it counts if she still wants to take me apart.
Listen, don't shoot.
I wouldn't accept it.
Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you.
I honestly probably would join the club if I wasn't, like, kind of scared for my life.
I could protect you from her.
Oh. Well, I mean, it'd be annoying, though. You'd have to... She has apparently some sort of visual sensors.
Oh, she can see everything. She saw you turn into a plant. That was a plant, right? Or was that some sort of weird sculpture? I've seen those.
It was supposed to be a sculpture. Yeah, like a really fancy one.
Ah, well, you look good.
Thanks.
He's
That's the last stop.
He's so red in the face. Pardon?
Joey would turn red if she wasn't a robot.
Yeah.
Today has been full of anxiety.
It's been what a day it's been.
What a day.
Oh, what's the next club, guys? Can we just, scoot
Is
out
there
of
a
here?
next club? Wasn't it the last one?
Yeah, you guys have gone to all of the clubs that you originally took flyers for. There are other clubs that exist, and there is also the prospect of going to make your own club left on the table. The clubs that you guys have not gone to are the Honor Roll and the Art Club.
I want to go see Nelson. I'll see
I was gonna say Nelson's for sure
Honestly,
there.
if there's only 2 left, do you want to check them out?
And I should mention that these are what I'm mentioning, but there are tons of clubs. This is just the stuff that stood out to you.
No, I figured, yeah. Those were the 2 that we kind of... I imagine we would have flyers for, I guess. Just because we had, mentioned them.
Hey, Ethan.
Yeah.
I do have to go soon, though.
Yeah, I mean, you guys don't have to check out every single club. We can start winding down.
Honestly, yeah, let's wind down then if it works better for Kai.
Yeah, then you know that you're really wanting to set up a club, so you can go towards the front offices, as you know you've
Would like to head to...
got a meeting that you need to go have. So let's do that.
Yeah.
Meeting time.
Meeting time.
As they're walking, Echo's talking to Alex. He's like, I can't believe I got called a loser. I can't believe I got called a loser.
You got called a loser?
I got called a loser. No, I didn't, Lily. God.
That's fucking awesome.
No, I didn't. I didn't get called a... Fuck.
Ooh.
Alex gives Echo a supportive tap on the shoulder.
He lowers his head and looks at the ground as they walk.
Were they cool? Do they seem like they would have say over who is or is not a loser?
I don't know.
They have a position of power?
You look at Joey is shaking her head.
You guys talk about this as you move through the halls, and eventually make your way to the front of the school again. And you all head out in your group, and you know that you've got to head to the front office to speak with Mr. Thimble.
Our boy! Hey.
Yeah, and from around the corner, you see Aiden slithering around, and he looks and he goes, "Oh, hey guys!"
Shit.
Hey
no
guys!
plants around here. It wouldn't make any sense. Hi!
Hey Joey! So,
Hi.
you guys go around and see all the clubs today? They seem pretty cool.
He looks at Echo.
Yeah, I just came from the engineer. He sees... Is Joey visibly not
Yes.
want to interact with Aiden right now?
Yes.
Hey Aiden, can I talk to you for a second? I want to tell you about the engineering club.
Sure.
Yeah, let's talk over here. Echo gives Joey a thumbs up.
She's gonna go around a walk.
Aiden's like, yeah, what's the engineering club like? I don't even know what is engineering?
It's kind of crazy. It's
This
like
is the
there's
front
like
office.
a bunch
Okay,
of tech.
got it, yeah.
I know you wouldn't jive well with it, but like I could like show you some stuff later.
Oh, that sounds really cool.
When I make something, yeah.
And then Aiden looks back as the mechanical door whizzes open and closes, and he says, "Oh, is Joey setting up the club?"
Yeah, she is. She just give her a little bit. She's on a mission.
Oh, cool. I'm really excited about the club.
You should be. And he kind of goes to pat his shoulder, and then like his hand goes into Aiden. He goes, "Oh," he pulls it out.
Mm-mm-mm. And what about the rest of you as you walk forward and you see this scene play out?
Lily would look to Triff real quick and just ask, like, "Hey, you know what engineering is, right?"
Well, yes, of course.
Okay, cool.
Oh, yes. Our
It's just
planet
that-
has much advanced tech on it. There are many engineers in our society.
That makes sense. It's just you guys should. Joey's club. I feel like the first thing they should do is probably just bring a dictionary and just do a quick run through. Because, like, man,
What is a dictionary?
oh, dude, like, whatever.
No, please, I would like to know.
It's a book full of words, like all of them. In fact, all
Really?
of the words. I mean, like a lot of them.
Wow. But aren't
I don't
most
know
books
all
full
of
of
them.
words?
Well, yeah, you got me there. But like this one is the words and then followed by definitions for those words.
Definitions.
Oh, dude, like I
I
it's the thing.
apologize, your language is still new to me.
No, I know. It's just it's hard because I don't know how to describe things. I just know them, you know.
Yes. Olivia perks up. Definitions, it basically just says what all of the words mean. Oh, that sounds very useful. Oh, I must find myself a dictionary at once.
I mean, on your PD, I'm sure you could just look up Webster's dictionary, not Urban Dictionary.
Okay. She pulls out her tablet and she goes to type in urban.
No,
Oh, what was it?
Webster's.
Webbing?
It's just look up the dictionary. I'll tell you which link to click on, and
Okay.
Lily's just gonna guide her to a dictionary website.
And you guys move over to the lockers as she's like trying to navigate the internet to find the dictionary, which she seems very excited about. Terry and Alex, what about you two?
Just kind of sitting and waiting at all these
Okay.
conversations going on around me.
Yeah, it's fair. You guys kind of.
Hey, Alex, Terry, come talk to Idiot about the engineer club and any of the other clubs. Gonna go to
Sure.
Wade to help him back him up.
Oh, it's nice to see you guys. Where was everyone during lunch today?
We kind of scattered. We went to different tables than
Oh.
usual.
I didn't know today was scatter day.
It's not a plan. It just happened to happen.
Oh, well, I still got to sit with some of the others, so it's okay. And
Yeah.
we'll move inside of the front office. Joey, you step into the front office, and you see the receptionist is there just sort of clacking away on the keyboard. And she says, "Oh, hello. Can I help you?"
Yes, I'd like to talk to Mr. Thimble about starting a club.
"Oh, sure. Please, sit over there, and he will come out and call you when he's ready." And she clacks away at the keyboard a little more. And you're sitting here just sort of, tapping your thumbs together, minding your own business. And eventually, you hear a little buzzer, and she goes, "Oh, he's ready to see you now.
Right, which one?
Just this door behind me."
Great.
And you can
Like-
see that like this office here seems to be Headmistress Foresight's, where you're going to
Ah,
Thimble's
okay.
now. And you go to the door and open it up. And inside you see this. And as you walk in, you see that the chair and desk and the chair he's sitting in are all fitted to his size,
Absolutely.
including the chair you're going to have to sit in.
That's fantastic. Yep, I just, I transformed just a teensy bit. I fit fine. It's okay.
So you sit down, and he says, "Hello, Joey. It's a pleasure to see you. You're here to talk to me about organizing a club today."
Yeah, I want to make the Universal Friends Gathering.
Universal Friends Gathering. Well, that sounds very nice. What is the purpose of your club?
Well, I realized that there are a lot of people here at school that are from different parts of the universe, or they are just new to Earth or to life in general, like me, so they don't know how a lot of things work like the other kids do. Some kids don't even know how sports work or anything like that. Took me a while to kind of know things myself.
Yes, it can be very difficult. As much as we would love to be able to have personal tutoring for all of our students, it can be difficult when we accept so many of different kinds. But I mean, yes, that sounds wonderful. You wish to teach students about the way of things, yes?
Yeah, kinda, it's the simple things. Like, I didn't really know how to play dodgeball, or I didn't really understand why everybody was wearing clothes whenever I first got here. I mean, I know why people wear clothes, but I guess I didn't expect so many people to be wearing clothes. I don't know. It's kind of like how
Yes.
I haven't seen a band play yet.
Oh, yes. Many of these things can be quite startling and new. Clothes are new to me as well, at least in recent history, since, well, my form does not necessarily necessitate it. And you can see he's wearing just the little tuxedo top on his rabbit body, which there's nothing human about him, he is just a rabbit.
Really, I'm sorry, just reading the...
But
just a rabbit.
the Universal
Turned.
Friends Gathering. This sounds like a lovely little club. I think this is just what this school needs. And he reaches under his desk and pulls out a little form, and he hands it to you, and he says, "If you could just fill out this application and turn it in to me by tomorrow, I will just try to get things squared away and see what we can do about your club. Yes?
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks.
Wonderful."
Kind of look over the form.
Yeah, the form, you have a place to write down what the name of it is, a place to write down, what times you would generally try to meet, or if it's just every day after school or whatnot. There is an area where you're able to jot down, hey, what teacher do we want to have, watching over the class, or is this,
Yeah.
a student-run thing, which, talking to Mr. Thimble, you realize, it'd probably be good to have an adult around and have a teacher running things, which you've had a few ideas about it. But generally, you kind of just talk with him for a little while about what all of the things on the form entail. You have questions
Yeah.
about what some things might mean, and he's able to explain it for you. There's things there about, a possible club budget, if, this is the kind of club that is going to be, helping out with community service jobs. He kind of explains, that organizing this club, you may be called on by the school to help with some tasks and do, think of it as team building exercises.
Yeah.
Helping out with security or whatnot. But after explaining all of this to you, you look over the form and you have a pretty good idea that you'd be able to fill it out. And if not alone, then, maybe your dad could help you. But after that, he nods to you and he says, "Well, are there any questions that you have for me before you go?"
No, not particularly, but do you guys ever allow class field trips? Or club field trips, I would say.
Oh yes, there are many clubs that we have in our school that it is appropriate for them to take field trips.
Cool. think it'd be cool for some people to experience certain things firsthand.
Oh yes, absolutely. Just remember that any field trips you wish to go on, they must be cleared by the school first.
Yeah, of course.
And then he nods to you and says, well, if that would be all, then, well, I'm very happy to see you try to start your own club, and, well, I'll speak to you when you've filled everything out.
Thank you so much. And she'd go to, like, shake his hand.
And he reaches out his little paw and daintily shakes your hand, and he says, oh, one thing before you go, I have a little treat for you. And he reaches into one of his drawers in the desk, and he pulls out something, and he sets it in your hand, and when he pulls his paw away, you see he's given you a wooden button.
L.
I found this on the ground.
That is great. Thank you.
I hope you enjoy it. And he gives you a little smile.
She, like, looks at it for a second. She's like, do. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're free to go after he's handed you this wooden button.
I know she doesn't, like, have the ability to do this, but I just love to imagine you ever, like, see someone do the thing where they lick it and just, like, stick it to their forehead or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I wish that she could just do that. Like, but yeah. Alright. Yay! I got my forms, I got my papers.
There you go. And you make your way back outside. As you open the door and walk out, you see that Aiden is talking to Echo and Alex very enthusiastically.
Like, takes a deep breath. Hey guys!
Oh!
I got the forms!
Oh!
Enjoy.
Cool! And you
You're just
walk over.
talking to Aiden about clubs. Aiden, what clubs did you say you were going to join?
Oh, I don't really think there are any clubs I'm gonna join other than Joey's.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, but I'm really excited for this club. I think it'll be really cool.
Joey, like, kind of looks to the ground, does kind of the feet shuffle for a second, and she's like, well, thanks, Aiden.
Yeah, anytime. So, you guys split up during lunch today. Did you already go out and, like, hand out flyers and stuff?
No, not yet.
Oh, well that's okay. I'm sure when we put stuff on the bulletin board, a bunch of people will want to come and join it.
Yeah, and we can always hand out flyers next lunch period.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. Well, you might not want to let me hand out any flyers, but, you know, I'll be there for moral support.
Joey would kind of chuckle at that, always forgetting that he can't be trusted with paper. Know how. Just looking at his whirlpool ass, and I'm like, yeah, no flyers.
Oh, well, are you guys gonna go check out any more clubs, or do you think you're done for the day?
I think I'm alright.
Yeah, I think I'm done for the day, unless, Alex, you got one?
I think I'm done too.
Well, I'm probably done too. I've just been slithering around the school alone trying to find my way to all the clubs, but it's really hard for me to use the handbook. I figured out how to use it, which is good, but I'm not really good with touch controls, so...
They don't waterproof yours?
No, it's waterproof. I'm just not very good with touch controls. It doesn't really register water as a fingertip. But I got around to some of the clubs. I went upstairs and saw these people playing music, and they played it so loud I fell apart.
Hey, we saw those guys too.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I think we're actually gonna be seeing them.
Oh? What do you mean? Like going back up to the classroom?
Joey kind of like looks to Echo and Alex for a second, and
Echo's shaking his head and doing like, you know, like the palm cut off head thing. He's like,
Yeah.
going like,
What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, you know, they perform every for clubs, you know, so you can go and see them anytime during club time.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
Watch them practice.
Oh, we'll have to do that sometime, like a field trip.
Ah,
Haha, that'll be fun.
As long as you don't fall apart.
Oh, I probably will, but it's okay. I pull myself back together.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a puddle for a little bit, but it's not so bad. It doesn't hurt or anything.
Okay, good to know. Just be careful, Aiden.
I will. Thanks for worrying about me.
Yeah, of course. Echo goes to do the hand thing on his shoulder, but stops himself. He remembers the Lord.
And Aiden gently raises his hands up to your hand and has you place your hand on his shoulder.
Aw. He smiles at Aiden.
Haha. Well,
he's fucking touch starved.
well,
Jesus.
I'll probably head back to my dorm too. But it was great seeing you guys. I missed you guys today.
It's good seeing you too, Aiden.
Well, I'll see you guys around. And he waves and he also looks to you, Joey, and waves again. He just seems pleasant and happy, and then he just slithers out the door.
Yeah. He gives him a wave as he goes.
Are you and him good, Joey, or like?
I don't know.
Triffany flutters away from the girls. Comes over here and says, "So, how did things go?"
Well, we're definitely gonna have our club set up. All I have to do is turn in the form tomorrow.
Oh, goody. Yes, that is wonderful, but I was talking about you and Aiden.
Right. She kind of like looks back to like where he left from. Well, I don't know. I feel like I guess a part of me feels silly for thinking that I could make it work. It's made of water.
Honey, I'm sure if you got some... Well, I'm sure that if you got some proof of water, that you could make things work.
No, it's just...
Feel like... He's right there. That's all the proof you need.
Oh, I know that. I think it's just that, takes a lot from me. I'm cool with being his friend. I guess I did have a bit of a crush on him for a second.
Oh, yes.
Now I'm not so sure if that's how I feel anymore.
No, Joey. I think that you can do it and you can make it happen. You two are very cute together.
Oh no. Echo looks at Lily for a second.
What you do? And she looks to Echo. Because Echo is the one that, like, rescued her from the situation for a second, but then she was able to kind of confront it for a moment.
What I would do?
It's kind of looking to everyone, but she would look to you.
I have no...
I'm being vulnerable. I'm using my thing again, once again. Yeah, I'm being vulnerable.
Joey, Echo's gonna put his hand on her shoulder.
I want the human response.
I want you... It's like a survival instinct. I want you to go with your gut. It's like dodging a giant sandworm. Either left or right, you never dodge forward. Just do what your gut or what you feel is right.
I'm learning a lesson from that. If that's alright.
Also, sandworms are fucking terrifying.
Do what feels right, he says. Does that help you understand how people work?
Yeah, and I'm filling in my lesson so that it says, always go with your gut.
Yeah, there you go. You've learned something new.
I did. And she's gonna kind of like smile at him for a second.
He gives her a wink and a smile back.
I think Aiden and I are really good as friends. Maybe even best friends, but I still gotta figure myself out.
That's all you gotta do.
Well, remember that we are here for you every step of the way, darling. And she gives you, Triffany gives you a hug.
Thanks,
Alex
guys.
gives her a hug too.
A group hug.
Echo gives her a hug, why not?
Giving all the hugs.
Terry, you get in on this hug?
Come on, Terry.
Nope.
Hi, Lily.
He actually backs up once, like a smidge.
Olivia stays hiding behind Lily. You guys have a fun little group hug.
Aww.
You guys they all, let go of Joey and give you some space. Well, if our day is over, then I must go phone my father and tell him how everything went today. I'm sure he will be very pleased. She flutters her wings and starts flying like an inch off the ground and says, I will see you all at class.
Echo waves to her as she leaves.
Later, Trev.
She leaves the building, and Olivia just kind of looks at the group and stays quiet as she's just kind of going to disperse when you guys disperse.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today. Echo
Yeah,
smiles.
I have to get all the flyers that I made copied so I can hand them out.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you guys go about that as your day tumbles into your ending here. Let's move out here. So yeah, the day comes to an end. You all move back out to your dorms, and the rest of the day is pretty peaceful. Not much of note really happens after the end of the day, but you all get to walk away with like, what clubs did we see today? What was super interesting? We know that Joey is setting up her own new club, and we know Echo is joining the Engineers Club. Terry seems pretty interested in going back and checking out Chemix, which maybe he did after the fact. But as the day comes to an end, the bell rings and everybody's moving back to their dorms and whatnot. We've got a little bit of time after class where one of our fun little students is making her way through the halls after putting her things away and sees a familiar face at his locker.
Oh god, I didn't know we were doing this session.
What?
Yeah, music wasn't fitting.
Let me ask, what kind of mood music do you want?
No, I'm not gonna beat the shit out of them. So
just what kind of mood music do you want though?
I don't know, something not scary, but also not cheery.
Threatening.
Do you want like tense?
Tense.
I guess tense, yeah.
Okay. Let's see how this tense music fits.
Starts playing a Silent Hill track.
This is a little too much, maybe.
Okay.
It's like I'm on a Metal Gear Solid mission, sneaking around a fucking military base.
Let's see here. You know what? For now, we'll go with this, and we'll see how things go.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, you're going through the halls, and you see a familiar face putting his things away in his locker and just sort of like murmuring to himself, kind of like he's talking to himself, actually.
How many people are in the hallway right now?
You guys are basically alone.
Oh, okay, cool. As Lily's approaching, is the door on like this side? Like it swung out like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the handle's right there. Yeah. As she's approaching, covered by the cover of the door, I'm gonna have one of my ghosts tap him on the shoulder on the other side of him. When he turns to look at it, Lily slams his locker shut.
Yeah, you do this. He looks to the other side like, what the hell? You slam the locker shut, and he jumps and moves back, like, exaggeratedly, because he's just that, like, skittish. And he moves back, he's like, what?
Hey, Lawrence.
Hi. What's your name?
Lily.
Hi, Lily.
Remember me? I'm the girl where your little slimes got all over my coat. Remember that? Remember that thing? And I told you if the stains didn't come out, I was gonna kick your ass. Remember that? Remember that conversation?
Oh, my slime got on everybody, but I do kind of remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So just wanted to give you an update on that.
Cool.
So they didn't come out easy. My dad had to send it to a dry cleaner, a specialty one, because this is, I don't know if you know this, a pretty expensive jacket, Lawrence.
Yeah?
I paid good money to wear this.
Uh-huh.
And then my dad had to pay good money to get it cleaned.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad's not very happy. And he would want to send the check, big check by the way, to your parents since it is kind of your fault. But I don't want to do that because that's mean, Lawrence. I think
Okay.
that would be pretty rude. But could you do me a favor just to make it even since, I'm kind of saving you, getting your, ear chewed out by your parents or whatever?
That'd be really hard, but yeah, go for it.
Well, you have that cool little book that you do your scary little spells with.
His expression gets really upset at the mention of that.
So I just figured, since I'm kind of helping you out, you could help me out a little bit and just do a little research for me is all.
About...
Do you agree?
He kind of looks you over, and he thinks to himself for a second. And you see him, he kind of leans towards you and squints his eyes a little bit. He says, I think I know what this is about.
You do?
I might... You might be talking about something else, but I've been kind of curious about something. Wanted to ask you about it.
Okay, but you didn't know my name?
Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't talked to you, really.
All right, what are you thinking about?
He kind of looks over you, and he just says, "You've got the stink of death on you. Are you, haunted or cursed or something? Because, it's really hard to be around you."
Well, that's pretty fucking rude to say, don't you think?
Oh, I mean, you've been saying some pretty fucking rude stuff yourself, but here we are.
I just need you to look some stuff up in that book for me. We don't need to talk about anything else.
Alright. I'll bite, because I am very interested. What do you want me to look up?
I want to know whatever it is you have in that book about ghosts, spirits, death, raising the dead, any of it.
Oh, lots of shit. Lots of it.
Then I want to know all of it.
Looking to get into some magic yourself.
I'm looking to get educated.
Well, I could definitely... He kind of leans against the locker, trying to look cool. I could definitely teach you a thing or two, but you're not going to be able to do anything in this book.
That's fine. I just need to know.
Alright. Well then, what do you want to do? Want to have, lessons after school, or,
No, I really don't want to be seen with you, Lawrence.
Oh, cool.
This already is kind of uncomfortable for me. But I'll give you my number and you can just text the shit to me.
I'll go back to... go back to the nice guy. He's like, alright, fine. So, what, you just want me to basically give you, a study guide?
Any info you got on ghosts, spirits, all the shit about them, magic to do with it, I guess. Just all of it. Anything I need to know.
It's gonna be a long text message. Are you sure you wouldn't want to just, talk about it once and then not talk to each other anymore? It'd be a lot. I really don't want to put in the effort of typing all of that.
But it'd be a long conversation.
It'd be a longer
And I don't want to go
text.
through the effort. Well, yeah, but reading means I don't have to look at you, dude.
Well, okay, I don't want to look at you either, but it would be a lot of effort to type
please.
that text.
Think you could just, type up a report?
That's the thing I don't want to do. It's exactly
No, but I mean,
what
print it out so it's, easier to read. I know you don't want to do it, but it's what I want, so,
Well, ugh. Fine, fine. Alright, you know what? If you're gonna leave me alone after this, then fine, I guess.
Cool.
But, like, I mean, when you say, like, stuff about ghosts and, like, you know, there's a lot of shit, like, I mean, like, do you want to know how to, like, make skeletons walk around and hid stuff for you? Or do you want to know, like, how to open a portal to hell? Like, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, if you want everything, that's why I don't want to type it all out. Like, I'd basically have to write another book, and that would be very annoying.
Is your whole book about death?
My hero name's Necromantic. What do you think I do?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to the hero names.
Alright. Well, yeah, it is about that. Not that I necessarily... Well... Anyway, it would really just
Yeah,
save
okay,
a lot of time.
fine. We can talk.
Alright. We can talk sometime. After school when no one's around, because we shouldn't be seen together or whatever.
Well, I don't want to be seen with you. If you were seen with me, I think that would actually probably help your whole social standing.
I can't have people thinking I want to be hanging out with you.
What are you talking about?
Because if people think I'm trying to hang around you, they might think I'm sociable. I have been despising people trying to talk to me at lunch. It's been hell.
Okay. You know what? That's fair. You're trying to stay consistent. I guess I understand that.
So, alright. You said you were going to give me your number then?
I guess. I mean, if we're talking, do I have to? Whatever, yeah.
Okay. You guys, you know, bump your phones together and you get each other's contacts. And he kind of chuckles a little bit to himself, like maliciously. He says, "Okay, well, yeah, I guess just text me whenever you want to talk, and we'll talk, and then we'll never talk again."
Yep.
All right. And he turns around. Bye.
Oh, and for real, if you ever summon anything that gets me messy again, I am actually physically going to kick your ass.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
No, I'm serious.
Nah. He just kind of waves his hand at you. He's like, "All right." It seems like he's not taking you seriously.
Well, he just walks off muttering like, "Jesus Christ, what a jerk."
He mutters to himself, "What a mean bitch, God." You guys walk away from each other in the halls.
That's great.
And with that, that day comes to an end as you guys all go your separate ways. And of course, you know, with the end of the day, all of the clubs, all of your conversations you've had today weighing on your mind, you know that in the next couple of days, Joey, you eventually get a text message after class one of these days. Not a text message, you get a notification on your handbook. And towards the end of the week, probably on like Friday of this week, you get this notification, and it says, "Hey, you know, your club has been, you know, your club's been accepted. Come on down to talk to Mr. Thimble and, you know, get you squared away." So that's going to be one of the things we follow up on next time, as Joey gets her club accepted and is able to start putting it together.
Yay!
But for now, let's do our end of session moves, everybody.
Yay!
Yeah.
Woo!
So, with our end of session moves, as we always do them, let me just move this a little bit. There we go. Okay. We'll start out with Echo, since you're at the top here.
I'm thinking about it. Can you do me, like, in a bit here? I'm just thinking.
Sure. Nicole,
Yes.
you're the next one on the list. Do you think you grew closer to your classmates, grew into your image of yourself, or grew away from your classmates in some way?
I guess I could say I grew into my image of myself in that she's trying to learn, you know, physical combat and stuff like that, and trying to work on modifications to her suit, and just thinking of additional ways to use her powers and develop her kind of superhero identity.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So since you're coming into that, you get to shift one label up and one label down. So what do you want to do?
Let me think about that.
What is this image that Alex is trying to make herself into? What does she want to be and what does she not want to be?
Maybe increase 1 to savior and decrease freak by 1.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there you go. Alright, next, let's go over to Kai. How does Terry feel at the end of today?
You kind of got a good read of what the clubs are and what people enjoy doing.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's got a thing he's planning.
Yeah. Would you say that that's getting closer to the team being Lawrence?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So what you can do is you can give influence to Lawrence and either clear a condition or mark potential.
But I like having 4 conditions permanent.
Yeah, you have 4 out of 5 conditions marked. That's how you've spent this whole session.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you can clear one of those or you can mark potential.
How close am I for potential?
You have 1 out of 5.
Gonna fail at least 3 times. Oh wait, I failed the rumor thing. Does that
right.
mark potential?
No, yeah, that does.
Okay, so I'd be at 3.
There you go.
Or I could stop being 1 failure away from getting knocked out. But that's not cool at all. Yeah, I'll mark potential.
Okay, cool. Mark potential and you are influenced by Lawrence now.
Yeah, makes sense.
Cursed sentence.
Okay. Dago, you're next. What's Lily feeling?
I was gonna say, Ethan, I had a good laugh. Because after I watched last session where nothing happened with you, Kai,
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, nothing happened.
and how sympathetic almost that Lawrence was seeming, I was like, oh, that's funny because I've been planning to bully the fuck out of him like the past 2 sessions, basically. I've been waiting to do that. But as for me, I think in joining the volleyball team, or at least Hope, I don't know if she did good enough to skip the tryouts, but either way, getting to play a game of volleyball
Mm-hmm.
and the prospect of hopefully getting to join the team has made her feel a little normal again,
Mm-hmm.
and I think grew into her image of herself because she doesn't want to be like some superpowered freak. She would like to still be normal in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I will shift freak down and mundane up.
Cool. All right.
Actually, just gonna turn into like Black Skull or like Kingpin.
All right.
Back.
Next, we've
More
got
allies, I guess.
Chloe with Joey.
Yeah. I'm so ready.
All right. So yeah, what's Joey feeling about after today? Or feeling like?
So-
after today?
Despite not clearing her insecure condition,
Mm-hmm.
because she has to take a foolhardy action without talking to her team,
Mm-hmm.
which I didn't want to do today. It didn't feel appropriate in any situation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She still, in her insecurities, ended up growing pretty close to Echo.
Mm-hmm.
What is the thing I can do? Sorry.
So if you grow closer to the team, you
Yeah.
can give influence to Echo, and you could clear a condition, which would make sense.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do.
All right, there you go. You can clear insecure, and you are influenced by Echo. Actually, were you already influenced by Echo?
No, just put it there.
Okay, cool.
That was Alex.
I just added it. Yeah, I have influence over Alex.
I do as well.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Conditions gone, influenced by Echo, and now Echo.
It's funny, I was looking at my list and I realized what I was going to do, and you went through the list of everyone else, but I was like, yeah, Echo is also feeling the same with Joey. He kind of grew closer to him, that kind of, despite everything that was going on not in the session where nothing happened to Kai, absolutely nothing.
Mhm.
The session before that, with everyone kind of making him feel like he was a bit of a weirdo,
Mhm.
and then having Joey ask him a rather mundane question about relationships, he's like, oh, he just feels like he's grown closer with Joey.
Okay, cool. So you can give influence to Joey over you.
That's what I
which
would.
adds to your little list here, which is good. You're
Estes.
now up to 3 influence.
And then I'm gonna, since I don't have a condition to clear, I'm gonna mark potential.
All right.
Magic
Oh, and
thing.
that levels you up too, doesn't it?
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah, there we
But
go.
also to help with him growing closer to others, he kind of opened up a bit with this whole big step with the engineering department.
That's true. Yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of fun over at the engineering department now. All right.
God.
well, there we go. With that, seems like we've had a lot of people grow closer to each other. There's been some fun rumors floating around. People getting a little, getting some drama flowing. But next time, we are going to have a very fun session because the next session is going to be free time, which I'll explain how that works later, after the session and beginning of next session. But we're going to have some free time coming up, and we're really going to get to, pursue some of the events that were talked about today. So that'll be very fun. But with that, that's the end of today. Woohoo!
There's a
Woohoo! That was
strange guy with a maul who might
Oh no!
totally
Oh no!
not
Oh no!
be here.